Welcome in, everyone. Hi. I hope everyone is having a good day today. Crime Gigi being first. And hi, Divine. Thank you very much for getting your daily chocolate. You have gotten macadamia chocolate. And Crime, thank you very much for getting your daily macadamia chocolate as well. And yeah, I added the clicker. I was like, oh my god. I heard it. I was like, oh my god, clicker. Click your train. You can click your train. Thank you, Crime, for the jump scare. You didn't jump scare me. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And hi, Inari. Thank you for getting your peanut butter chocolate bunny. Hope you have a very good day today. And Confused, welcome in as well. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the dark chocolate. 35% there. Soon. You get there. Hi, Crime. I'm gonna get all the shoutouts in just a moment. 14% sweetness for Confused, but it's dark chocolate is still very good, you know. Riz, damn, baby girl, 80% Riz. Let's go. Oh my, I'm so sorry for being late, everyone, but I don't know why our internet provider blocked Facebook. And then, of course, my first instinct is to delete Google Chrome browser data. It locks my mom out of everything, and she's like, I knew this would happen. How do I log back into my YouTube? Because she has a YouTube channel. And I'm like, Mom, I don't know. I'm sorry. We figured it out. We were able to lock her back in. I'm just, oh my god. She's back in. I felt so bad. I felt really so bad. I felt so bad, but she's back in. Oh no, I'm so sorry. This is even a low number. I can feel the love. I mean, 61. Let's wrap it around. The RNGs, they're just messed up. It's 61 actually. But the fact that it's both just 16, it's like, 7. So sorry. But let me just give out a round of a shout out at Crime, who, by the way, has reached affiliate status. GG. SO for Confused. Saw for. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, might be a Is it a? Oh, thank you. Of course. I always love supporting people. My name is Blorpy. Okay, I call you Blorpy. Blorpy. I have to get used to calling you Blorpy. Blorpy. Then I had someone else that I wanted to Enari as well. So at Enari. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. No, you are a cat. A cute cat. Nari is live right now, in fact. I saw it. I'm so happy. I appreciate so much that they came and lurked. You take the compliment, please. I just don't have a lot of. I wish I could watch Nari, but I don't have a lot of. My phone is at 4%, and my Google Chrome. I don't know if I should open it because I don't want it to die. And I'm still very much. I honestly, I was so ready to cry because I thought my mom's channel is gone. You'd have to pin me down and force feed me compliments. No, you take them like this, please. I sent them to you like that. Okay, I need to be RP. I need to recover from these league games. I hope the league games went well. And everyone that here gets a shout out, please make sure to drop them lots of love and support, please. Be right back, Crime. I hope you can recover well from the league games. League games can be stressful, I guess. But you got this. Oh my god, let me just check that I have everything good. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you. And I'm so sorry for being late. I'm very sorry for being late, but I felt so bad for my mom, but she has her channel back. She has her channel back. I don't know why our Facebook is blocked. Like, even I can't access it. It's like, this website is blocked. I don't know why Facebook is blocked. And I'm telling my mom, Facebook is outdated. Don't use Facebook. Spider Freak, welcome in. Thank you very much for getting your daily chili chocolate. Let me just hydrate as well, and just in case, because today is also very hot. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. Thank you so much for stopping by, and today we have Snezhnaya, finally. I'm so looking forward. Vodyanica, she's so pretty. Yeah, don't use Facebook, use X. Playing girl, welcome in. Thank you. Good to see you. I think my mom would be very confused with X. She needs to use something where I don't know, it's easy to use. And I hope she still has the Facebook password. Oh, please tell me she still has the Facebook password. Please tell me. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Spider. Thank you. I deleted Facebook. I don't, honestly, I only go to Facebook on my browser, on my mobile, and then check if something is, but even then, it's like once in 6 months I go there. I didn't even go when it was my birthday because I don't know, Discord is more me. I would too, but MetaQuest needs it. MetaQuest needs Facebook. I see. Wait, what is this? MetaQuest is VR headset. I had no idea. So I guess you need to be connected to it. You need to be connected. Let me just check something, because a friend of mine figured out something to put captions on the video here on the live, but I don't know if it shows up. I don't know. Maybe not. We can. It's okay. At least I'm happy my mom got her Facebook back. Not the Facebook, the YouTube channel. My mom has actually more subscribers than me. I'm not gonna dox her channel because she uses her real name, but she has more subscribers than me. The videos she does is she records like her vinyl. She records the song playing and then posts it on YouTube. She did get a bit mad because people would copyright, not strike it, but claim the song. I'm like, Mom, that is unfortunately how it is. But she don't get it. I just have to see that. I told her tomorrow she has to call the IPS, our internet provider, and tell them to unblock Facebook. What else do I want to talk about? Today work was very pleasant. I was a bit tired, but I got it. I got there. The guests were also nice. No weird guests. And then what did I do? I came home, ate a little bit of rice and fish with mayonnaise, and then I ate that, and now I'm here. And then I actually I was right on time, but then my mom was like, Facebook that, that's why I was a bit late. Now, let's go see if we can start up Genshin Impact. And how is the VR headset from MetaQuest? Is it a good headset? Or is it hard to use? Let me just do that one. And do you do games on it playing Goat, or what is it used for? Open a new window. Open this in a new window. Oh, and yeah. Let's go. Yep, that was my PS5. It's activating. At least it's not the PS4, because with PS4 you have to think, oh my god, is that a plane taking off? Svestruku. Hi Jack, thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you. And thank you for getting your orange chocolate bunny. Thank you. Let me just see something, if something is here. Hi Pink One, you eaten and rested? Eaten, yes. Rested, no. I've eaten rice with fish, but rested, no. I was so stressed because I don't know if you heard, but somehow our ISP, internet provider, blocked Facebook, and I didn't know why. What happened? I tested out everything. What happened was then, of course, I was like, okay, let's delete the browser data. Maybe that will reset the cache of the... It locked my mom out of everything, and I'm like, Mom. And she's like, yeah, how... And then she tried to log in to her YouTube, it didn't work. And now for almost 1 hour, I was surely just like, oh my god, how do I lock her back in? Now it worked, but I felt so bad because I was like, yeah, but Mom, your YouTube channel is gone. She's like, I know. And I was like, but now we figured it out. It's back. Oh, I felt so bad. I was about to cry. Because I felt so bad, but it's back. Facebook is not back though, because I think the ISP is blocking it. For some reason, which I don't understand why. Thank you, Jack, for the shout out to Playing Goat. Thank you. I tried to remember who to shout out. And no cry. I'm not gonna cry. But now we just have to figure out how to get back Facebook. I told her tomorrow, call the ISP. Call them and tell them Facebook is blocked. Why? Headpad unavailable? Oh, it should be here. Oh, I don't know why is it blocked. Where? Oh, what? Oh, why? Let me just check. For me, it's available. How do I don't know. Oh, because Nia paused them during the collab. Let me just check. Hydrate, definitely bold. Stretch, bacon cell, bonk, clown nose, headpad, click train, song. Oppa, I'm so sad. Why sad? Chibi, open. I'm gonna post the open one panini sticker. Speaking tongues, uvu. Feet. Egyo, Pip, and so. They should all be here. They should be back. Thank you for the hit, but it works. Did I get head patted or no? Did I get head patted? Did it work? Because I didn't see it. Oh my god, why is it? Oh my god, a scuff. Scuff. Why did it go? No, oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it scuffed? Oh shit. Yeah, oh, it's disconnected. Why is Mix It Up always disconnecting? Disconnecting. Why is it always this? So now it should work. It should work. Let me just try. 3, 2, 1. It should work. Yeah, it should work. It works. Yeah, playing Genshin on PS5. Create a dashboard. Moderation. Settings. How do I do that? Blocked terms and phrases. Why? Oh. 5% love, damn. Damn. There's no love. Hi, Sayuri. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have a very good day today. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Jack, I have, I added that word as a blocked term. Because I do like Genshin and I understand people don't like Genshin, but then I think there's no need to use that word. You know what I mean? It's a joke. Even if it's a joke, I think it's a bit, you never know who is in chat and who might get offended. I have found, oh my god, you found, please no spoilers, Sayuri. I don't, because I am just jumping right in now. I have not yet, I have not yet started anything, but I'm very excited to explore. Even if it's not part of our conquest, I think for the first few days, I think I just want to explore myself. And you know, people are more fragile. People are more fragile, and you never know who is here, who might get offended by. And for me, even I don't know. I'd rather use nice words. I don't know. Except if it's against Elden Ring, then I will use bad words, but it's not against players or games or stuff like that, or like it's just against just me being not so skillful. It's just against me. Oh, that is really pretty. That is really pretty. And I think Hoyoverse might be releasing a game that looks a bit like Elden Ring. It looks very dark. It was leaked. It looks. Is anyone interested in the pictures that I saw? Because I can send them to you. Because they look very Elden Ring like. Mavuika is so pretty. She's so pretty. And yep, Genshin has a lot of pretty ladies. And oh my god, the new update has so many pretty ladies. Like, oh, that is so pretty. And Danica, I know of a Napoleon Dark Souls. Oh, this might not be, because this is totally new. Totally new. I'm so happy my mom got her YouTube channel back. Sorry. Now I just check. I feel like this is a bit too loud. Is this better? Hi Vrak! Hi Vrak! Thank you very much for stopping by and for getting your sea salt chocolate. Thank you. It's very low now. Oh. Audio. Wait, maybe do some in-game stuff. Maybe be better. Hello, adorable Swiss and chat. Welcome in, Vrag. Thank you so much for stopping by. Vrag, I've got Lingo Echo, the same bot that Divine has. Now we can all talk in our languages and the bot will translate it. It should be. Let me just check. Strava. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, Serbian. Yeah, definitely Serbian. Need to try this. Privyet. I don't know why Automod blocked that. I think that was a bit. It didn't correctly translate that, but yes. Rozumiem. Oh yes, odlično. Privyet. It is perfect for now. Privyet. Snezhnaya. Danica. That's perfect. This dog eats like a pig. I mean, dogs can sometimes eat like a pig, but because they like go gobbling it down. Baby, yeah, maybe I do some in-game stuff. But first, oh my god, look at them! Look at them! Oh, that is so pretty. Look at Botjanica, Alyosha, Anastasia, and Valerie. I see you, Valerie. Ooh, Mitya, Sandrone. Oh my god, look at them. They're so pretty. Gotta keep it. Gotta keep it with a theme. Da, privet. Я te люблю. Jabloko. Thank you, Jack, for updating to Genshin. Finally, we are going into Genshin. The Tsaritsa is hot, but still a massive letdown. I don't know. I like her. I like the way she looks. I like the way she looks so cold. Because, I mean, she probably turned off all her emotions. And I'm also very excited to see the lore. Because apparently all Kandrians are descendants of her. Mizuki got a buff and she's really good. Yume Mizuki. I don't play her lots, but I wanna try. I wanna play her. Don't Labradors have a gene that makes some of them never feel full, even if they physically can't eat anymore? I heard that dogs, if you give them a full bag of food, they will eat. They will eat and eat and eat. And cats have a natural like, oh my god, I'm full, I should stop. But I don't know. if that is true. Yeah, drops are enabled. You have drops here. It's gonna update. Oh my god. I'm so tempted to ask my mom everything. Oh, the biscuit. Cats eat little by little. Yeah, they are more better in portioning. Hi, Divine. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for being the first clicker. Clicker. They are eating 11 meals in average. Oh, quite a lot in a day. But if it's little meals, then they get something to eat throughout the whole day. Krukabena. Holy moly. What's a krukabena? I don't know that word. Arlecchino too. Arlecchino is so hot. Krukabena is a Genshin character. Oh, I have not seen her yet. Dogs have a nearly endless appetite, but they can feel full. Cats are more self-sufficient, but apparently some Labradors can never feel full, regardless of the meals. Maybe... I don't know how Labradors work. Maybe it's really a gene in them that they have to be full. I don't know. Was part of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, but she died. I might have missed that lore. I'm not good with lore, to be honest. Thank you for the hug, Confused. Thank you for the hug for Divine Jack. Thank you for the hug, everyone. What's my pee-pee? Oh, massive chest. I would love that. It's sounds about right. I have absolutely no riz. I've got no riz. It's starting to glitch again, the sound. Maybe it's really the headset. Maybe I should invest in a better headset. Lie, Swiss. Nah. I got really no riz. Charisma, I don't know. Because for me, riz means that I get a lot of people asking stuff like that. I got 0. 66. One number away from the funny number. I believe it's a genetic mutation we accidentally bred into them over the many... I would honestly... Jack. You just okay. Thank you for click train me. Like I was really like talking that. Huh? Oh wait, I know. Swiss is cute and charismatic. Thank you. Well, I don't agree with that. But I take the compliment. I take it, but double it and give it to the next one. You're pretty. Stop it! Oh my god. I would blush. I'm gonna turn red like that one time. Oh my god. You managed to riz up everyone in chat, but after the maid stream, 200% riz. Wait? No, I don't believe that. No, I'm just me. I don't wanna riz anyone. No. Let me just... Oh my god, Vrag, I'm so sorry. -5-inch PP. Oh, it's growing inward. You should check that out. Oh, and I wish we would just not breed dogs so much, because some really develop really bad health issues. My 76-inch PP is still real. Yeah, don't mess it up. Don't reroll. You do. Don't reroll. You have the perfect length. Break is finishing, yay! Welcome back everyone from the ads, and thank you so much for sticking through them. The game is still not on, but we have just a little bit. Beep! Yeah, yes, you're just you, and Swiss is perfect the way she is and the way. Oh. Thank you, Rock, for the kind words. I just want to be natural. Just me. Is this not loading simulator? Damn. Yeah, this is the Genshin loading simulator. Soon. Less than 1%. I should have. I didn't want to open up Genshin before I came on stream because I didn't want to miss anything. Like, what if a cutscene comes and I'm like, oh my god, what is happening? No one sees it, that's why. Beep beep. You just you is better than you think. I overthink a lot, and I think there are so many people that I'm like, I look up to. I'm like, oh my god, I want to be like them. And also my friends, like, they're so talented. I was like, oh my god. And also very funny. Oh, my friend. Funny. Hear me out, Rosaria. Yes, she's so hot. She's so hot. And her short hair, I love them. It's loaded. Sorry. Raiden Shogun too. Shogun. All the adult females. Yes. Swiss Rosaria get cosplay when? Probably never, because I don't have makeup skills, and I don't have the body. And she's not me. I'm quite, because I like characters that are kind of like me, like shy. I would like to be, if I would have a cosplay, I would like to do Barbara. Barbara. She made the idol. The idol. Hi, Nia. Thank you very much for getting your daily chocolate. Sea salt chocolate. I hope you like sea salt chocolate. Can we please get a shout out for Nia, please? Thank you, Jack, for the shout out to Nia. They will play today. Oh, they should, maybe they're already on 8 p.m. Peak, they have a collab on Peak. Please support them lots. And the new biome, I don't know if anyone has checked out. I don't know. The zombies are scary. Pairing exists. I would not want to be Rosaria. I don't know. She's not me. Shunhe maybe, because she's also very much reserved, which sometimes I'm also very much reserved. Now we're going into Shunhe is bottom heavy as heck. She seems very tall. I'd have to be someone small. Anything for the Nia. Yes, anything for lovely Nia. Hello, Nia. Yeah, Miko is an outfit I want to wear if I was. Nah, you look. I'm sure you are gonna look great in your Miko's outfit. And I think cosplay is for everyone. Yes, not nah. What's going in? Finally, after 6 years. After 6 years, we are exploring Snezhnaya. Oof, that's the wrong button. Oh, first of all, let me took my emails. Claim all. Claim all. Claim all. How do I open my map? Let's... Yes, but I want to look at something. But guys, everyone, we finally. Where is it? Did I activate it? Is it activated? Did I not activate it? Oh, you haven't put that here! after hundreds of years, it happened. The game finally loaded. It did. It has been 84 years. Oh my god, 84 years. We got it. Oh, there's another. Oh, the moon. I want to explore more of the moon, but I will. Event time. Mutual aid in bloom into the Frostland. This one, no. Let's. Everwinter without mercy. Our conquest. Finally! Oh my god! Gunfire. This one. The hunt begins. He is the forced. Wait. He's free! We get him for free! My god. Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Oh my god. Shop. Let me try something. Oh. I'm just gonna use all my thing that I have in the shop. No whale. Yes. No whale. No whale. Orion, thank you so much for getting your daily chocolate. Thank you for clowning me. Thank you. Oh, headpad will not work. I think only after this one. It doesn't work simultaneously. I hope you like your lavender chocolate. And thank you, Jack, for the shout out. Stardew Valley. I hope Stardew Valley was fun. Thank you for the headpad. Oh, people cannot headpad something else. Lavender chocolate! Yeah! I have to first try, but I like how lavender smells like, so it's gonna be good. Oh, Vrag, you're baking. What are you baking? Cherry chocolate, nice. Stardew is always fun with my friends. I'm happy you had a fun time with your friends. I know there's romance in Stardew. Did you romance anyone yet? Oh, let me just check. Confirm? Wait. Domains. New domains opened. Whoa, let's go. Honestly, let's go. Thank you for the hydrate. Really weird looking lizard. Want me to show it to you? When I've played, I romanced the gamer girl. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know any of the characters. Fought with my friend over Sebastian. Now she's married to him, but he's my boyfriend. We broke the game. Damn, he two-timer. Oh my god. I hope that. I hope he decides for someone, but he's already married to them.
Do you want to come fish blasting with me? I'll get grounded for a whole day.
Someone will be a homebreaker. I'm feeling so incredibly EP, so I'm gonna go have. Thank you, Vrag, for stopping by. And yeah, staying lots of hydrated because I've here my water with me. Wapyo! Lakunoj! Takuin! Tak. That's not tak. Tak. I'm gonna go now into Snezhnaya. I'm gonna use the one. Teleport waypoint because I'm not gonna swim over there. Oh, that's Natlan. Oh, Natlan I have not yet. Oh, that's Natlan, right? Oh, I have not yet. There are so many things I have not yet explored. Hisi Island, a lot of things. What is Shinyan doing there? Let's go here. Time for Genshin Impact, everyone. Let's go. Yes. The teleport waypoint, it's called Volkodlak. Tundra, Snezhnaya. Volodlak.
And just like that, we're in Snezhnaya!
Snezhnaya!
Feels like we only just left, not Cry.
Is the audio good, everyone? Can you hear Paimon well? Can you hear everyone very well? I hope. Yes, it's perfect. Nice. Good to hear. Good. Let's go.
Remember back in Nasha Town? How all our friends came to see us off before we left?
I was very emotional. Oh, we didn't see that yet.
The day's finally come. We're off to meet the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya.
Tsaritsa.
What is she planning? And why does she need the nosies? Soon, we'll have our answers.
Soon.
Guess this'll be the end of your journey that your brother mentioned. What is he expecting you to find there?
True. What are we gonna find at the end of our journey?
Snezhnaya still feels like a long way away. Hopefully, there'll be plenty of time to relax, eat some good food, and have fun before we arrive.
Yes. Hopefully.
But whenever Paimon gets thinking about how our destination is right around the corner, all these questions come flooding into Paimon's
Same
head.
here.
It makes her so nervous.
Because now it's also a bit like nostalgic. It's coming to an end. Snezhnaya is coming. Jack! Oh my god! Thank you so much! So much for your contribution to the card. Thank you for the graphics card. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you. Hi, Evil. Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by and for getting your daily chocolate. Mocha chocolate for you. Thank you, Jack, so much for the shout out. And thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the contribution. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Yeah, I put something on my throne. Jack, thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. Hey, Doko. Oh, you're getting a 5070? Yeah. I googled everything that I need, and that I put that on Chrome because it's the one that's the, I think, the most important. So I was like, first that one, and then everything else. But thank you, Jack. I have a lot of things on the list, but that is the most important one. But thank you, Evil, also for stopping by. We are finally exploring Snezhnaya, the icon quest related to Snezhnaya. It is finally time. After 6 long years, we're finally gonna meet Tsaritsa, Anastasia Feodorovna Snezhnaya. Feodorovna, your name is so pretty. But again, thank you. Mwah. Thank you, Jack. I'm really just like, you know, like when you have your hands over your mouth, like, oh my god, like that. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, enough about all that. We can't start the final leg of our
Thank
journey
you.
with that kind of mindset.
Thank you so much. Like, oh my god. It's fine now, but I'm really grateful. Like, I'm just so, and I never want people. I will always want to express my gratefulness, like how really thankful I am And not that people are, oh my god, she's not thankful. But I am. I am very much thankful. It's just my vocabulary is not good in English. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Just think. We fought dragons and sea monsters, defeated creations of the gods, faced prophecies of doom and the threat of the abyss. Heck, we've even been to the moon!
I would never doubt your gratefulness. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Techno. Hope you are doing great today. I'm doing very good, and thank you so much for stopping by and for getting your mint chocolate. I hope you are doing very well today, and Evil as well. I hope you both have a lovely day today. I had a lovely day. I came home, but then I have to say that story. My mom was like, Facebook is not working. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. So of course my natural instinct is Google Chrome deleting the browser data. Not a good idea. Logs my mom out of her YouTube. The recovery mail goes to an email that she has no longer access to. And I'm like, Mom, I'm sorry. And she's like, yeah, the channel is gone. My YouTube channel is gone. I'm like, 1 hour I'm fighting. I'm like, I don't know. And we recovered it. We recovered it somehow. She has her YouTube channel back. And I'm like, I was so sad. I felt so bad. I felt so guilty. But it's back. Her YouTube channel is back. Hi Rishabh, thank you very much for getting your daily chocolate, pistachio chocolate. And I don't know when it was, but happy birthday. Happy birthday. Let's sing. I'ma sing happy birthday. How do I sing it in Swiss German? Alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag, lieber Risch. I forgot how to. I'm gonna sing in English. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rishabh. Happy birthday to you. Can you do it in Bosnian? Oh, let me Google. Let me Google because I think it's I kind of I know what it goes like, but happy birthday in Bosnian. Sing song. I like Sretan ti rođendan. No, I know this one. Danas nam je divan dan, divan dan, divan dan. Našem Rishavu rođendan, rođendan, rođendan. Živi, živi, sretan budi ti. Which means, today is a wonderful day, wonderful day, wonderful day. Our Rishab's birthday, birthday, birthday. Live, live, live and be happy. Of course. I think this one is, it's like today's a wonderful day. Our Rishab's birthday. I mean, that's the one that I know. That's the one that I remember. Happy birthday! I hope you have a very good day today. And there's also Sretan ti rođendan, which means happy birthday to you. Sretan ti rođendan. Happy birthday to you. Sretan ti No. I don't know this tune because I never sang that like that. I don't know. Danas nam je divan dan. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to see Choco wear the bunny costume. Oh, you mean that one with the ears? I like that one. It's very I don't know, it's very cute. Very cute. I hope you have a good day today, Rishabh. Thanks, that was so cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like the second one. That is our traditional song. Happy birthday is not the one, but Danas nam je divan dan. Happy birthday again, and thank you for Techno for breaking and selling. And yeah, my mom has her YouTube channel back. My mom, I'm not gonna dox her, but my mom has more subscribers. She has like 1,000 something subscribers, and I'm like, damn, mama. Damn, mom. Oh, plain light. Yep, she records like vinyl songs, and she posts videos of them and then uploads it to YouTube. Oh my Evil! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution towards the graphic card. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah. Oh hey, Genshin. I also did half of it today before something about will continue again after we... Please no spoilers. No spoilers, but I hope you have a great time playing Genshin. And I hope you will... Anyone who plays Genshin, will you pull? Will you pull for Odette? Need to get ready to head home. Have a good stream. Thank you, Evil, so much for the contribution. And have a safe trip home, please. And thank you again. And of course, I'm gonna have lots of luck with Genshin and with getting Odette. I want Odette. W Evil, really. Thank you so much. Like, thank you. Like, I don't know. It's like, I'm really just so honored that people, it's like, it's money. You're welcome. Bye. See you. Stay safe and get home safely, please.
With all that experience under our belts, how can we be any more
Thank you.
prepared?
Yes, of course, no spoilers. Morkasa, are you gonna pull for someone? Pulling? Better no wailing. Because wailing bad. Wailing bad. Wailing not good. Repointing for the pep dog and saving for the Sarita. I hope you get there. Get her C6. I hope you are so lucky you get 6 in one temple.
Sure thing. Now, stick close to
Paimon.
The
The best guy.
And let's charge straight for the finish line.
Yep, let's go.
Off we go.
Off we go.
What about
But not-
me? Do I get a call out?
I love Columbina. I didn't get her.
Columbina? Whew, you kind of snuck
Wait.
up on us there.
I'm saving for the Tsaritsa. I wish you the same. Thank you. Yes, all Tsaritsa wanters are gonna be Tsaritsa havers. Oh, and did you see the new Genshin Hoyoverse game?
Don't look at
The new one.
Paimon didn't
Not
tell you about this guy.
Varsapura, not Pretty Planet. Like, totally new one. Luanotar, hi. You are cute.
Oh, so it was you. All right. Guess there's no hiding it now.
Yes.
All your friends have gathered at the flagship to see you off.
Oh, let's go.
I
Let's
invited
go.
Sandrone too, but she said she had to go back to Snezhnaya. She must be busy.
I haven't. What is it about? Honestly, it looks like Elden Ring. Let me see if we Hoyoverse new game. Let's see if I can. The new game is called N for Nora, O for Other, D for Dust, U for. If you type in Hoyoverse new game, you're gonna see. I don't want Hoyoverse to be like, oh my god, you leaked the new game, because it's apparently a leak. But it looked like Elden Ring, but now not so much anymore. But it reminds me of Elden Ring. Nodus. It's called Nodus Fall. Apparently. Nodus Fall. Let me go on Reddit. There is no information. But there is a YouTube video. Nodus Fall. Won't complain if it's anything like Elden Ring. It looks very great, to be honest. I like it. I like it. I like it. I hope everyone is having a great day today. I have a great day. I'm more happy now. Sandrone, she went back to Snezhnaya. She must be busy.
She had some nasty things to say about you before leaving. Would you like to hear them?
Yeah, sure. Hit me with them. She loves me. Oh my god.
She hasn't changed a bit.
Thank you for the headband, Techno. Thank you. So what did she say?
If they're heading to Snezhnaya, I'll bet it's to cause trouble for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Attending a farewell party for people like that would not be a good look for me right now.
Oh, you love me, Sandrone. You love me, Sandrone.
Also, please tell them not to count on getting help from a Fatui Harbinger in Snezhnaya.
They're not gonna help me. What a
Our
friend.
time working together
Natalia.
was not terrible precisely, but we're on different sides. So when you get there, don't do anything to make life difficult for both of us.
Thank you for getting your lavender chocolate. How is your day today? Oh, by the way, who saw the solar eclipse yesterday? I had no special glasses, so I made sure not to look because I didn't want to get blinded. I had no glasses. Aurora, I hope you have a very good day today, and thank you for stopping by. I hope you are hydrating well in this heat wave. I hope everyone is hydrating well, regardless of heat wave, because water important. I watched it on NASA. Did it look good? My stepbro had a nice vid of it, and we watched it at Nala's stream. Oh, nice. I hope it's a very good I hope it was spectacular. That's what I want to say. And can we get this? Saw at Nala. Another great friend. Legend, very much the Legends of Zelda pro player. Also Hand Showdown. It was pretty cool. Nice. In how many years? 81, I'm gonna be here. 2081, I'm still gonna be alive. I'll make sure, and I'm gonna watch it again. Not again, but for the first time. Temu, thank you very much for stopping by and for getting your pistachio chocolate. I hope you enjoy pistachio chocolate. How is your day? It's good to see you. Welcome to Genshin.
Well, that definitely sounds on brand for her.
The attitude.
The reasoning.
Yes.
Alright. We'll do our best to keep our distance then.
Okay, we
No,
have to keep
you've
distance. I don't know.
misunderstood. I think she means that she'd like you to go see her.
She's tsundere. She's tsundere. Tsun. She's a tsundere.
As long as you don't make things difficult for both of you, you'll be fine.
We can see her. Let's go, Sandrone.
You really have to read between the lines with Centrone.
Yeah, she doesn't like to... I guess she doesn't like to specifically state her feelings. Go
on, get to the flagship.
Yes.
Everyone should be there by now.
Let's
I told
go.
Mama that you once treated me to a truly unforgettable meal. Today,
Farewell.
I want to return the favor. It's
Thank
my gift to you.
Columbina.
It's definitely nice to be treated. But hopefully by this point, you know that you don't owe us any favors.
Yeah, friends don't keep score, but it's nice to be like, this time it's my treat. to be like that. I like to be like that with my friends. Because sometimes they're like, yeah, but I don't have the money. And I'm like, it's my treat. It's my treat. Techno, you are baking. What are you baking?
The moon of Not Cry will always give you a warm welcome.
The moon of you are my moon. Oh my god. This is a joke for Balkan or Slavic people. How do you say in English? Learn. You can really mess with your Slavic, Balkan, mostly Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian, Montenegorski people. How do you say I am ja sam moj mjesec? How do you say ja sam moj mjesec in English? Ja sam moj mjesec. In English, you say, I am my moon. But my moon. Ja, wait. Ja sam moj mjesec. Mjesec. Ja sam moj mjesec. I am my moon. I am my moon. My moon means monkey. Means monkey in Bosnian. So they're like, I am my moon. I'm a monkey. Wait, I saw that one child do it to her mother, and she's like, oh my god. Like you could. Like she was, it was really funny, and the mother, she was not annoyed, but she was like, oh my, like gasp, oh my god, what did you make me say? I am my moon. Yeah, thank you. The time flies when you're having fun, enjoying delicious food with friends and reminiscing about past adventures. After a lovely meal filled with laughter and warmth, it's time to start the next chapter of your journey. Next chapter, let's go! We didn't see them. We didn't get to see the farewell. What the fuck? Wow. Oh, it's so...
Farsi, I can see. It's so pretty.
It's so cold. Oh my god. That translator bot is cool. I know, right? And it honestly makes it easy for people who don't speak English so well. They still get to feel connected. Jag har verkt för bene alle tallen. Jag har verkt för beina alle tallen. Yeah, it works for almost all languages. I guess tallen means languages. Jag har worked beina, because beina means also almost in German. So I'm like, beina, almost. Even Swiss German, if you use Swiss German, it might understand you. Come on, keep up. Ever winter without mercy. Act 1. Let's go. We're here. We are here. Advance alongside Paimon. Okay, is anyone gonna kill me? Let me just check something. Oh my god. Oh, it's blocked. I cannot go further. I can only go until here. Volkodlak. Volkodlak. Let me just translate Volkodlak. Werewolf? Werewolf, Tundra, there's werewolves? Damn, Jacob! Oh my god, Jacob and Team... Jacob! Hi, Loka! Where have you been? Meta view?
Come on, let's go!
But oh, it isn't. Oh, it isn't. That isn't. Which language is that? It doesn't get translated. Is it a language? MetaView, MetaVev, MetaVev. Sad. It doesn't work in Cree. No, sorry. Aloka, Paimon. I'm gonna just. Yep, I'm just gonna walk very slowly and just I was testing how smart it was. I guess it's not the language yet.
They look similar to the ones in Nagrai. You know, just minus the effects of Kulaki.
Yep.
That's a sure
Maybe
sign
it will
we're
get
officially in
added.
Snezhnaya now.
Yep, look at them. They're like elk. Moo! Moo, moo, moo. Moo. By the way, you can even talk to him. Talk to Lingo. Let me just ask. How many languages do you know?
What's wrong? Come on, let's go.
I am coming. Okay. Rare ones. Guess Cree is a rare one. Thank you, Lingo Echo, doing good job.
There's gotta be a treasure chest around here somewhere. No adventure is complete without a chest or two.
There you got the chest.
Wow.
What? Oh, you gotta cover this though. You good?
Paimon got a mouthful of snow.
You should take care.
It's so cold. Paimon's gonna
Come snuggle
to
me.
get warm.
Come snuggle me. Paimon, follow. Oh, cryo sigil. Patmon. Pet the Paimon. Pew pew pew. Is she cute? Hello, let's go. What is that? Oh my god, what are you? You enemies?
Check it out. Those are bears.
Yeah,
Aw,
cute.
Look how big and fluffy they are. So cute.
Don't attack me, okay?
Picture before the moment passes. Right here. If we get any closer, we might scare them away.
There you go. Took a picture. What are you talking about? I took a picture. How do I activate the camera? No. Kuma. Yeah, bear. Come. The wolf. Wolf. I heard a wolf. Camera. Take photo. Take photo. How do I hide myself? How do I take photo? Like this. Take a picture for Paimon. Oh, okay. I am so sorry. I did not see that. I was like, why is it not working? Okay. There you go. Look, how is Paimon is so little. Oh my god. She looks like she's, I don't know, 5 centimeters tall.
Let's see how your camera skills are these days.
I was about to ask why it said 9 meters because I was 9 meters away from it. I'm like,
something.
no. I'm really not good at noticing stuff like that. But we got it. We got it.
Come on, quick! It looks like a train carriage.
They have trains? Yeah, let's go. What is that? It's a flower. Snowball flower. A charming flower with a spherical cluster of petals. I don't actually know. This is like Elden Ring again.
Snezhnaya has loads of railways and trains.
I
This
get
must be
distracted
one
by
of them.
everything.
Why is it abandoned?
Maybe it crashed.
Ooh, it's still so cold.
Still feeling chilly from getting buried in the snow?
I don't
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh. Also, is it just Paimon or is the snow getting heavier?
Maybe. You know, maybe you are getting... The closer you get into Snezhnaya, maybe you get more, snowed in. Oh. This never happened in Nokrai. If you're cold, come a little closer.
Oh.
Thanks for offering.
Thanks for offering. But this isn't just the weather.
I guess it's just magic.
It's hard to describe, but Paimon feels so weird.
What do
She's
you
never
mean
felt
weird?
like this before.
Oh,
Everything feels heavy.
like she's gonna fall asleep?
Too.
Should we turn back?
No need. Paimon's just feeling a little low on energy. That's all. It's nothing serious. Not worth ruining our travel plans over.
If you start feeling worse, tell me right away.
Yep, sure thing. Snezhnaya, here we come.
Paimon, you don't sound too good. Paimon, the moment you are not good, just, go back. Let me just close Google Chrome just in case. Paimon, find a place to hide from the blizzard. Oh no! I can die. Oh my god, no. No. Look at the bottom. This is like dragon spine. Seems like the
snowstorm is getting worse by the minute.
It's getting colder and colder, and if I'm extremely cold, I might. Best wait for Paimon, okay? Paimon, we are here. Come on, let's go. My god, let's not die. Don't die. I don't like this mechanic. There. Come on, Paimon. Paimon. Go. We got this.
Oh, look! There's a cabin
Fire.
over there.
Cabin, fire,
Let's get out of this
shelter. Walk through blizzard. Find a place to hide from the blizzard. Come on, Paimon. We got this. Oh, I'm already halfway. Oh, cutscene. Oh my god, this looks sick. This looks amazing. What's gonna happen? Oh. Who just tried to kill me? Who just tried to assassinate me? What the fuck? I fell from the bridge.
What is this place?
Where is
Paimon? I need to find her. Fast.
Yep. Let's go. Paimon. Ooh, dude, you better not do anything to my dear Paimon, okay? I will. Paimon. Paimon. Is it still? Nope. I don't think that it's still going. Right? Yay, made this. Where could she be? Oh, there's fire.
Further ahead. Hang in there, Paimon.
Just investigate. Fire! Go. This looks sick. I love this. It looks like this grot gorge looks gorgeous. Where are we?
Is that a train carriage? Maybe I can get up from the inside.
Oh, from the inside. Okay, dokie. We're not Spider-Man. We're not gonna go from above. More chest.
An answer from this world?
Oh, I just go into fire. Just went into the fire. Like empowered. Not surprised. I'm really bad at... Why am I getting ice? I'm on fire. Oh. Go. We got this. Oh. Don't. Oh, and I'm really looking. I saw they have a new game mechanic, which I'm really eager to test out. I hope we get to have the chance to test it out. This sounds. Is there a Oculus here? Oh, what is that? Oh, is there something here? Oh, nothing. This looks amazing though. What is that? Investigate.
It says here,
Kresnik's
torch, civilian
Civi-
model.
It's the
Definitely
torch
getting
that
a little
keeps
warmer now
everyone
it's turned
alive.
on. I really hope Paimon's okay.
Kresnik's torch. I think that's the torch that keeps people alive, like warm. Because
Scorch and burn!
how do I get in here? Oh, I guess that was the way. Explore the train carriage.
A reward on the road.
A reward on the road. A reward for us.
What was that strange sound? I can't tell if...
Paimon?
I heard nothing.
Paimon, is that you?
I heard nothing. Continue exploring up ahead. What is that? Is that the abyss? Is that the abyss?
Entity detected. Authorization granted. Initiating original.
What? Incoming entity detected. Authorization granted. Initiating original.
Hello,
Descender.
who's reached the eve of tomorrow. Eye of Grey at your service.
Eye of Grey at your service. What?
Last
Hi?
activation. Time measurement unavailable due to the influence of...
Is that connected to my brother?
Very long time.
Time since last activation. Time measurement unavailable due to influence of... Anyway, it must have been a very long time. Oh, what are you?
I am... I was born to fulfill a mission. To reach tomorrow.
Tomorrow is tomorrow. That's easy.
To this end, I must... Strange. What was it? Wait, my body?
Your body?
Why is my body like this?
So you were born like this? Who are you? Is this AI?
I have been like this since I was created. And yet, I
Huh?
also have memories and an awareness of a physical form that I once had. But this contradicts my current status.
You do not look like you have a body.
Anyway, I was created so that humanity could reach
You could
tomorrow.
reach tomorrow.
But I am unable to load further details at this moment.
Okay.
Nevertheless, serving humanity remains my primary objective.
I
have
have...
detected a drop in your surface body temperature. You cannot remain active in this state for much longer.
You don't say. I know. It's way
According to
too
my preset
cold.
programming, upon reactivation, I must ask the one who awakened me the following question.
Who are you? Or what's your purpose?
Will you accept me, Transcender? I will assist you, protect you,
Accept
and
me?
fulfill my mission
Marry
until
you?
we reach tomorrow.
No thanks. This is all a bit too strange for me. I will accept you. I will accept you. Let's go. I don't know who you are, but let's go. Accepted. Did it go into me? Is it now in my consciousness? Yeah, oh my god, it's like an eye patch.
You have made
this
a
a-
very wise decision.
I mean, I guess I would have not been able to continue if I didn't make that decision.
Now, I detected that you called out a name earlier. Presumably that of your missing companion?
Correct.
The name
Indeed.
was Paimon. After helping you get out of here, I will search for a match in the
Damn.
nearby area and pinpoint their location.
Hi, Grandma! Welcome me! It's good to see you! Thank you so much for stopping by and for getting your white chocolate. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you? Mm. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the stretch. Let me just stretch. Oh, stretching does good. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jack, for the shout out to Chroma. Doing well, how are you? I'm happy to hear that you are doing well. I'm doing well as well. Finally, Genshin has dropped and work was okay today. What else was there? A little bit stressed with my mother because I accidentally deleted the browser cache of the Google Chrome and then it locked her out of your YouTube. But now she's logged back in. We figured it out. That was stressful. But thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. Sons of the Forest. Is that a horror game? This sounds like a horror game. Wait. And now we are in Snezhnaya. We are just 5 minutes in and Paimon is lost already. Wait, you can do that.
Merely the tip of the iceberg.
Merely the tip of the iceberg. Damn, is that a reference to the iceberg theory where you know iceberg? Then the iceberg and then you see below the surface you have everything. I don't know what the iceberg
Now that we have
means.
reached an accord, you will be my new user. May I ask your name?
Swiss Choco.
Very well. I will remember this name until the mission is complete.
What is your mission exactly? To reach tomorrow.
I need to recover my body.
Retrieve my body.
Retrieve the power
to unlock tomorrow.
And help the suffering masses to reach the far shores where the empty ark floats.
Okay. Okay, dokie. I don't
sense my
understand
power
but
scattered
okay.
across this ice-covered land. I even have a vague sense of where it might be found. But right now, that is not essential. The key right now is you. You must survive and reunite with your companion.
Yes. I am essential for the story, actually. Wait. Pickaxe? We get to pickaxe? How to remove a prime ice construct. Tap on Fab Vision to enter build prime ice mode. When a preview blueprint overlaps existing prime ice or prime ice construct, affected item will be marked red. This time pressing build will remove the corresponding prime ice construct and prime ice. Removing prime ice refunds prime ice resource, while removing prime ice construct will only return the corresponding fabrication materials and not energy to the Eye of Green. Oh, okay, dokie.
Execute the command demolish. Use it to remove the prime ice blocking the path and obtain prime ice units.
R2?
Prime ice unit count has been updated.
Huh? Tap on Fab Vision to enter build prime ice mode. To build a prime ice construct, first place the preview blueprint at the desired location. If the area is marked blue, press build to complete building.
You may now execute the command build. Use it to create a prime ice construct to prop up the door.
I know. This one then do R2. We can give likes to our cubes? Damn. Honestly, next. Primo gems. 9. Anything here? I guess. Oh, no. I don't know. Open.
Is this an answer from this world?
Is this an answer from this world? Maybe. Can I go up here? Yep, I can. What is that? What is that fire there? Could I just check? Oh my god.
Scanning local environment. Exit has been sealed off with ice.
Maybe we can use pyro? I don't think pyro is strong enough.
That would not be an efficient approach. One moment.
One moment.
Usable construct blueprint detected nearby. You can use this to clear the solid ice ahead of you more quickly.
Okay. Okay, dokie. Cannot. Maybe can I come to here? Can I jump on it? Obtain. Basic heat source. This, I don't know how to feel about that. We get to build. Materials required 25 something and 40 something. Heat source constructed of premise that generates an easy to use warming flame. When within, you will no longer need to draw energy from the Eye of Greed to keep warm. The flame can follow you around within a certain area. However, do note that once you stray too far from a pedestal, the flame will return automatically to its base.
Construct blueprint added to records. You may now execute the command, build heat source. Generate a temporary heat source to rapidly melt the solid ice.
Ah, okay. Test. So, I guess it's here. Let me just go up here. Go. Confirm build. Confirm. Oh, it's melting. Wait, there was this one here. Oh, this is for warming. I see. It's firing. It's burning. Melting. It's melting. It's not burning. It's melting. That's how I see. Oh. What is that? Can I remove this? Will it grow back? No. But I wanna remove this. Nope. How do I... What? No. I almost fell. Go up here. Go. But I don't wanna... No, I don't wanna burn anything more. Go here. Oh, how... Oh. Wait, where do I have to go? Ooh. Well, I guess upwards. My guess is up. Up. Oh, nope. Here. I am so sorry. I was about to die because I know I never would have reached up there.
I'll keep this close.
I'll keep this close, yes. Go.
My scan indicates the path is straight
ahead.
I recommend we
proceed. Today? Activate. Is this something that I can burn? Let's check out. Let's check it out. Yep. Burn. Take the heat source. Oh wait, what was it trying? I don't wanna. I wanna remove. Yep. Oh, okay. I am still learning a bit the commands. Do I have to burn more? Da ba da ba ba. Let me try to Oh, I saw a place that was perfect here. Here. Oh. Oh. Wait, not try. Don't try. Let's not jump. Let's not climb. Here. Yep. Take the heat source. Oh, that's much easier. Like this. Return heat source. To get the model. Oh shit! I still have to add Amina, the widget, where it's like guess the Pokemon. I have to see how to add that one. We cannot do it together. Remove. Yep, remove. Remove. Let's go upwards. We did it. White iron chunk. We did it. We managed. What is that?
Kresnik Crystal.
The crystal.
Please
Crystal.
at your earliest convenience.
Kresnik crystal located.
The recent construct you built provides highly efficient heating by utilizing the unique properties of Kresnik Crystal.
Crystal.
Unfortunately, prime ice constructs have a very short lifespan and cannot be stabilized during the development period. Hence, the authorization to use Kresnik Crystal was granted. That
I see.
I have already forgotten what warmth feels like.
Maybe when you get your body back.
Yes. Perhaps then we can warm ourselves by the fireside together.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to meet you. In your flesh self.
But for now, all you need to remember is this. If you collect Kresnik Crystal, I can extract the energy within and use it to maintain your body's surface temperature.
Okay, dokie. When moving about in low temperature location, the Eye of Grey will expend energy to keep your body warm. When the Eye of Grey's energy is exhausted, your body temperature will drop rapidly depending on how cold the environment is, and you might even get hurt. Yup.
Low power. Please use Kresnik Crystal to replenish energy reserves.
How? Oh, okay. I see. I've gotta kill the iron. Oh, it reset.
Signs of physiological activity detected in the distance. It is highly likely to be your travel companion,
Paimon, I'm coming.
Go now. Be reunited
and sing together.
May all the people be united as one. May all of
Creepy.
life rejoice in unison.
That's kinda creepy. That was kinda creepy when he was like, go now. Be united. Rejoice. Oh, there's a train. Oh, we got it.
Approaching the target location. Scanning for signs of life. Life forms detected.
True. Does that mean someone else is there besides Paimon?
Affirmative. However, that is not the reason for my confusion. According to my database, this location is a train station, meaning the number of life forms is unusually low.
Oh, so there should be more.
Real-time environmental data suggests that the train station may no longer be in use. But whatever the situation, please exercise caution.
Of course. Let's head inside and take it from there. I'm on. Hello. ... Paimon! Oh, she has She looks so cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. Paimon! Paimon, look at her. Oh my god, is she good? Paimon, this is so cute. I know, right? Oh my god. Paimon. Paimon. Tak Paimon. Yeah. So, oh, Paimon. Tak. Tuck her in. You good. Paimon. Paimon. Oof. You feel a presence. Who is there? Who is it? Nice shoes. Wait a moment. I thought that was Dottore. I was like,
Who are you?
Piero. Is you Piero? Paimon is adorable. Yeah, I know, right? She's so adorable. Erin. Did they update Traveler? We got a new skin. We got the first outfit. We got a new skin. That's the new skin. We got with the last update. I don't know when. But suddenly we got this outfit. I was like, yes. This one's so pretty. I think it's the Space Traveler outfit. Who are you?
Don't worry. She's only sleeping.
That was not good the question, bitch. I asked you who you are.
You must be the Traveler. She called your name repeatedly while attempting to battle her way through the blizzard.
This is Piero. He's Kandrian. A presence? Athena? No. I don't know that reference, Jack. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I wanna grab Paimon and wrap her up in a blanket like a burrito. Like a little baby. Like, sorry. Oh, that guy's a Fatui Harbinger. Yep. But I think he's the head of them. Like the number 0. Apparently number 0.
Newcomers to Snezhnaya struggle to adapt to the sheer cold at the best of times. Lately, even the locals are suffering, with a powerful monster having summoned a bitter snowstorm.
Oh no.
You two must be very important to one another.
Yeah, we are
you should
important.
take more care not to get separated.
I mean, I didn't know that we would get separated like that because something shot at me. Paimon, cute little baby. Yes. Would you like a little baby? He is so cool. And yep, the leader. He cool. Who are you?
Are you
Kandrian? Are you Kandrian?
There are indeed some Conrians left in this world who survived the cataclysm.
And keep her in the Paimon
But I doubt that is news to you.
Close to our chest, so she can't get lost again.
It would be unwise to interrogate my identity here. Focus your attention on your travel companion instead.
Piero. The camera angle made her look so goofy. You mean Paimon? Paimon?
We will meet again.
Or this one?
Very soon.
Very soon. Fatui Harbinger. No, you.
The unidentified subject has now left the area.
Yep.
He appears to be an individual of great significance, but my search has yielded no relevant data. I will try searching the database again.
Yeah, I feel goofy. That is very goofy. Gray, shut the fuck up. He's our new Paimon. He's the new Paimon. Well, I have a rough idea who that is.
Against the odds, your companion is safe and sound. The other person even left a blanket for her.
Stupid. I don't know if it's AI. Because he had a body. We're gonna see what happened to his body. Piero even left a blanket for her. I'll boil some water for lovely Paimon. Look, we're getting you water, some tea. Aww. I like Paimon. Paimon. Don't get sick, little one. You could never replace Paimon. No. Paimon is one of a kind. She's one of a kind. But AI can travel with me, but never could be Paimon. I will stick Gray into the boiling water. No, we don't even know who he is. I first want to see who he is. The poor thing. He really... Like, don't strain yourself, Paimon. Let's get some tea,
it's okay? Take it easy. Are you feeling alright?
Pretty much the same as when we first got
No.
to Snezhnaya. Paimon must have caught a cold. She was feeling so faint.
She's a bit shaking.
Couldn't keep going any longer. So she had to lie down and sleep
Aw.
it off. Wait, where did the jester go?
Yes, she said the name. Wait, where did the jester go? The jester? That was the jester? Yeah, Piero.
Yep, the director of the Fatui. The jester
Yeah.
Piero. So, you met him?
Yeah, we spoke briefly, but he didn't reveal his identity.
The jester must know everything about the Tsaritsa's plans. But there's no way he'd tell me just like that. We might well have ended up clashing.
Yeah. Good thing it ended up like, no. Don't mess with him.
Well,
I think he's
He was
strong.
right about one thing. Right now, the most
Aw.
important thing for me is to take care of Paimon while she's unwell.
Yep.
He had no intention of explaining his motives. But
Shut
he
the
left
fuck
in
up!
something of a hurry.
I was having a moment with Paimon. Shut the fuck up. He had no intention of explaining his motives and he left in something of a hurry. I would put her with the blanket in the backpack and move on. Need 2 arms for the way I fight. Yep. Just like, you know, when you put babies in like a in like this little sack chest thing, you put it over your body, and you have them in like this. I don't know. I hope you know what I mean. It's like over your shoulder, like that. I would carry for Paimon like that.
Hey! What the? Who is that?
Gray. Oh, I found this in an ice cave. Yeah,
It looks
that's
like
ice gray.
half a pair of goggles. How amazing! A
A
self-aware,
self?
talking pair of goggles.
Huh?
Snezhnaya was once the land of the Fae. There are many ancient creations here that I'm sure would broaden your mind further still. Mind you, my database is also expanding as we speak.
You must be a rare.
Must be a rare creature yourself.
Yeah, Paimon is rare. The Eye of Grey helped me find you.
Oh, wow! Well, thank you so much.
Aww.
You've earned yourself some of Paimon's favorite candy. Oh, but by the looks of it,
Aww.
you probably can't eat that, can you?
Nope.
Goodwill detected. Instead of candy, perhaps I can suggest my preferred strategy. Please clean me regularly to keep me operating at peak efficiency.
How do we clean you?
That makes sense.
Ah, goggle.
Every pair of
Goggle.
goggles needs wiping clean once in a while. Sure thing, mister.
Mister.
Anyway,
Mister.
back to the jester for a second. Paimon's still confused about something.
Yeah?
When he first showed up, he already knew Paimon's name. And he acted like he expected Paimon to know who he was, too.
I guess because we evolve ourselves with Harbinger activity so much. But we never seen what he looks like. Poor Paimon. Normally I'm irritated by her, but when she's like this it kinda hurts. I know, right? I'm the same. Or I don't get annoyed a lot, but seeing her like that is just I feel bad. Who needs arms when you can cuddle a Paimon burrito? Yes, Paimon put it in my arm. She put water ball. Oh my god, I need that. I need that
Paimon
run.
could tell that he was conning him from his eyes. And he definitely seemed like someone pretty important.
He is important.
Beyond that, Paimon didn't know anything about him. It was only later, after he rescued Paimon from the snow, that he properly introduced himself. That's the only reason Paimon knows he was the jester.
Yep, because we never actually seen in this game how he looks like. So he knows you.
Oh, seems unlikely. He ran into the snow following the sound of Paimon's voice with a really anxious expression on his face. He didn't act like someone who knew she would be here in advance.
To protect rapier and flintlock. You need 2 hands. 2 hands protect Paimon. Protect the Paimon. I think it's so cute. He ran into the snow following the sound of Paimon's voice with a really anxious expression. So he was also anxious about her. That's so cute of him. Oh my god. 2 hands to choke the enemies of Paimon. That too.
And after bringing Paimon here, he just stared out at the snow. He didn't do anything to Paimon at all. In fact, he barely said anything. Wouldn't even answer any
What was he
of
waiting
Paimon's
for?
questions either. Paimon didn't feel unsafe around him, and he didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. For all we
Yeah,
know,
you'd have just let you
he
die.
just ignored Paimon's questions, so she'd give up and go to sleep.
He saved you, so I think he's good. He could have just let her die.
Please allow me to interrupt. Fatui and director are unfamiliar
What do you mean?
terms. May I ask for clarification?
What? How do you not know what a fatui is?
Wait, you've seriously never heard of the Fatui? Oh, they're like the Tsaritsa's inner circle. Really
Yep.
powerful people.
And
the
the director-
is their boss.
Yeah.
Understood. Since they hold elite positions and serve their god directly, it stands to
Winter.
reason that they would conduct themselves with due decorum. I am inclined to agree with your assessment, Miss Paimon. I did not detect any ill will from the gentleman in question.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear. What's a Mojave? Mojave? Possible. Yep. Let's just choke enemies of Paimon. Most easiest. Hi Bishop, thank you very much for stopping by. And welcome to Genshin Impact. Snezhnaya is finally here. How are you, Bishop? I'm doing very good. Thank you for asking. Did you already have dinner or lunch or something to eat? Thank you for getting your daily chocolate, caramel chocolate. I hope you did like caramel. I love caramel. Oh, Paimon. Don't cough. Aw.
Sorry, I shouldn't have encouraged you to talk so much.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Paimon. Doing good. I had a burger for dinner. Caramel is great. Love it. Burger. I hope the burger was very delicious and hope it didn't fall out. Because I know some burgers like to just fall out, fall apart. Caramel. Nice. Caramel yogurt is so good.
Paimon, new plan.
Pudding.
Let's get out of Snezhnaya for now. We can come back after the weather clears up and you're all better.
What if you can't
The
leave?
jester mentioned that this snowstorm being the work of a monster is worse than most. Even if we made it to Snezhnograd, we'd still have to wait out the storm before we could do any exploring.
Snezhnograd means grad means city. So Snezhnograd I would assume it means snowy, snow city, snowy city.
Oh, well, it's really nice of you to look out for Paimon, but...
Oh, Paimon.
She doesn't want to hold you back.
You're not holding me back, Paimon.
We were really psyched up for this journey when we first set off. Just
yes, something like that. Oh, can you speak Slavic languages?
Now, who knows how long it'll take before we finally get answers.
The Mojave Desert is located in the United States. The area lies primarily in southern California and southern Nevada. Oh, it's like a desert, blank desert area, dry area. I see. I never heard about it. But would there be winter? They have snow? I never knew they had snow. I can speak Czech and Slovak. I should have known from the Checkmate, Bishop Checkmate. I'm so sorry. But good. I love my Slavic languages and good to see you here. I hope the burger was delicious. And few swears in other languages. I think it's just normal that sometimes you would be like learning swears fastly.
Further information is required regarding the monster situation. But objectively speaking, there is another more pressing issue at hand.
More pressing, yes, but the soldiers in Fallout New Vegas they hate patrolling theirs. So they say that nuclear winter thing. I see. Okay. Nuclear winter. Is it nuclear winter because it's absolutely hot there?
At this point, we have traveled a significant distance into the blizzard.
Opposite of winter.
Were we to turn back now, the road would be extremely treacherous, especially since we would need to travel on foot.
I can actually
If,
teleport.
However, we continue onward, there may be a better solution.
No, because in Fallout the whole world goes, oh, that's dangerous. That doesn't sound good. Whole world got nuked. So no more world. Everything dead.
Do you remember what I said as we neared this location? I told you that this is a train station. While it has evidently fallen into disuse for unknown reasons, the tracks remain intact.
We can't train right. We can
break through the blizzard and forge ahead by driving a train. That is the
Okay,
Snezhnaya
Star
way.
Rail collab. Yes, world. Mutated creatures and people who leave the deep underground vaults. I see. I don't know if I can imagine something. So I guess it's just because of the attack Earth has devolved into wasteland. Some things in Fallout survived and thrived. Like cockroaches, they grew really big. Oh god. Rest in peace, bug haters. People who are afraid of bugs.
There is a small town up ahead, which would be the perfect place for Miss Paimon to rest and recover.
Paimon thinks Goggles here makes a great point. Let's do that.
Paimon! You don't sound good. Are you sure you're up to this? I don't want you to push yourself.
Oh, come on. Don't worry. Think of all the traveling we've done so far.
You're strong.
When has Paimon ever gotten sick before?
Never.
Practically never.
Aww.
She's in great shape.
We'll stay the
Sure.
night.
She's a little
Fair
tired
enough.
right now, but it's sure to clear up on its own.
I hope. Fair
Affirmative.
enough.
Should you ever need my assistance during your future adventures, please call for the Eye of Ray whenever you wish.
Okay.
Otherwise, I will remain silent to avoid causing any unnecessary distraction.
Perfect.
Now, please follow me to the train tracks.
To the train tracks. This is the collab. This is the collab with Honkai Star Rail. See? Honkai collab. Let's go. Oh. Investigate. Paimon is the cute. I want to make chicken soup for her and wrap her in a blanket burrito. She's not even real. I know, right? Most people are always very annoyed by her. But she's so cute. She's so cute. And now she's sick. I'm like, I want to take extra care of her. Extra care. Equip Eye of Grey from your inventory. I see. I did not even see the tutorial. You have to do that. Go. It's this way. Eye of Grey, where are you? Would you look at? Wait, where is you? Eye of Grey? Eye of Grey? I have so many things, I'm like so confused. It has to be here. Oh, which one is Eye of Grey? Oh, I see you. Eye of Grey, switch. Call train. Press here to call the train. Better I need a shower after gardening in the afternoon. Have a nice shower, Bishop. And see you later. Hope the gardening went well. Our train is here. Fancy looking train.
Heading north from here, we will soon arrive at... Wait, there's an error message. Could not detect
of course.
Clear tracks.
What exactly does clear mean?
Brace for impact,
I guess they're not blocked.
Preparing to enter
No.
impromptu flight mode.
Flight mode. Okay, impromptu flight mode. We're gonna fly. Oh. They're not there. That's what they mean. Missing tracks. Fly. Let's use your glider. We survive. Did we survive?
How strange. Not only was the station's status different from my records.
How old
but
are
even
you?
The railroads and the
I
terrain
think he's from the
itself have
past.
changed substantially.
I think this Eye of Grey is not from this period.
Yeah. Thanks to your quick reflexes.
My sincere apologies for putting you in danger. I'm afraid I'm as confused by all this as you are.
We need to find a way to update your data banks.
Agreed. This is likely a consequence of outdated railroad data. The discrepancies between the old data and present reality are far greater than I anticipated.
They are. I think you are just from a time where Snezhnaya was maybe frequented more.
Fortunately, our crash landing has at least brought us much closer to the town. According to the data.
Statue!
Anyway.
Here's
Statue.
Dada, better be right this time.
I can assure you, it certainly is. Please look this way, and you will see a Kresnik's torch.
I see Kresnik's
It
torch.
seems our ill-fated train ride was a blessing in disguise. We have taken the shortest possible route.
It wasn't what you'd call comfortable, though.
Rest assured that I will take user preferences into account next time I plan a route. Next time, I will get it right.
Make sure that you get that route that has actually tracks. Let's go to the statue. It's Sretomorsk. Sreto something happy and Motorosk. Moro, no, I don't know what that means. The world opens itself before those with noble hearts. Volkodlak tundra. Does that actually mean werewolf? We activated it, yes! Can I resonate with cryo? I can. Vacuum of ice wind. I have cryo now. I have cryo. Cryo. Let's take this one.
Excuse me? Is there an inn nearby?
Zolotova.
I'm sorry, but they've all closed.
Oh. Borderlands town added to the archive. Let's go. Let's continue.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Ermolov.
We're looking for a place to stay.
Ermolov?
I can't even afford to warm my own house, let alone run a business.
No need to be so rude. Something here. Glacier fruit.
Excuse us. Is there anywhere we can
Hi,
stay
Mark.
around these parts?
I'm
Hi, Mark. Thank you for getting your daily chocolate. I hope you like your peanut butter. And yeah, time for Genshin. Time for Snezhnaya finally. I hope you have a very good day today. Thank you for stopping by. Did you have dinner already?
All we can do is wait for the next shipment of Kresnik crystal to get here.
Guzeva. And you are Cherkas something. I love saying the names of these characters because like sometimes I'm like, oh my god, is it a word like no? Smash.
Hi there.
Smash.
Do you know if there are any inns still taking guests in this town?
Alyosha! He's a cutie. Taritza, smash. Noi, smash.
Doubt it. They're probably all closed. No one has enough
Deep
Kresnik
voice.
crystal to heat their
Deep
own
voice.
homes, let alone a business.
What a bummer.
Really a
I
bummer.
clocked you a while back. You adventurers or something? We don't get many tourists in inland Snezhnaya these days.
Actually, I am the traveler. You maybe heard of me. Pretty famous. And this is Paimon.
Why is that? Because of the snowstorm?
In part. But the bigger reason's Project Stuzha. Since it's Her
Stuzha.
Majesty's will, we have to put up with it whether we like it or not.
I don't really know what Project Stuzha is.
Oh, sorry. I assumed it was common knowledge by now. Basically, the
I'm not from
Tsaritsa is
here.
planning something big. Something that requires an enormous amount of energy.
Overthrow the god.
Even if they used all the surplus Kresnik crystal in Snezhnaya, it still wouldn't be enough to meet demand.
Overthrow
So,
the government.
Vecha passed a resolution requiring all factories and households
Veche.
to reduce their energy consumption. The policy has thus been charmingly named Project Stuzha, meaning bitter cold.
Stuzha, bitter cold.
Bitter cold?
The more you learn.
So, like, it's
Yep.
gonna be a cold winter, folks? You're all gonna have to find a way to get through it?
Yes,
kind of
like
idea?
that. Yep.
Pretty much. When you're broke, you scrimp and save. When it's cold, you huddle together for warmth. There's always a way to stretch things out to make ends meet. Trouble is, if you stretch someone out like an elastic band for too long, who knows if they can ever bounce back.
Yeah.
You know what? Come with me and see for yourself.
Okay, I come with you. Hello. Oh, the police, the Fatui. The police is there. Oh, this is for the energy of the...
Can you
I
please
don't like
explain to
this.
me why the price of Kresnik crystal has gone up by 1/3 again? Even as our purchase quota has gone down. You only come here twice a month. This won't even last us a week.
The supply and pricing of Kresnik Crystal are based on current production volumes and price data. We Fatui are only responsible for delivery and security. I'm not in a position to explain to you how the figures are calculated, but I assure you, they are as fair and reasonable as possible.
I want to see
so
that.
Our lives mean nothing to you? How can you expect anyone to survive a single night in this weather without heating?
Since you insist on making me repeat myself every single visit, I will remind you again. There is no monopoly on the trade of Kresnik Crystal. You are free to purchase the shortfall from elsewhere on the market.
Okay.
What market? Nobody else is selling. And when they do, they charge 8 times the normal rate. It's robbery is what it is.
Which is why the Snezhnaya Veche passed a resolution to support border communities, without which you wouldn't even be able to buy crystal from us to begin with. So if you're here just to argue, move aside and let the next person in line come forward. Everyone's feeling the cold here.
You.
Burtsev.
All right, everyone, let's calm down for a second. A few words, if I may. We're all subjects of Her Majesty Tsaritsa, and I'm sure every one of us is dedicated to her great cause.
Thank you, Zetsi, for the alert. I hope you have a very good day today. Thank you a lot for stopping by. Thank you, Jack, for the shout-outs. Thank you. Infinity Nikki. I do want to come back to Infinity Nikki, but I am a bit sad what Paper Game Info is doing with their other game. But I just hope a new region comes soon. Like the one at the bottom. The one that's blocked by police.
We all know how cold it is. And the more it snows, the harder life gets.
Everyone's struggling
already. Let's not make things even more difficult for each other.
Exactly.
But Liaison Shishkin, there's clearly something wrong with this quota. I have a family in Marepasak who tell me they can buy at least double our crystal allotment.
Maybe, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, believe you me, I had the same reaction when I first saw the numbers. Couldn't believe what I was reading.
The updates absolutely.
I even wrote a letter to confirm the true figures, but
I do want to play it.
I'm afraid the quota really is as low as you've been advised.
But it's so... I don't know. I gotta stay strong. I don't want to support Infold Paper Games if they do Love and Deep Space like that. I also don't really have the time. Also, Anemo has release date. Nice. I'm looking forward to how it looks like. 1 month. 1 month. I'm looking forward to seeing people play it.
Still, you must understand that calculating these energy quotas is a complicated balancing act. They have to factor in population, town size, industrial application.
Yeah.
Our top priority must be to keep the largest Kresnik torch burning continuously.
Watch. I'm looking forward.
Only then can we sell the remaining crystal for household use, and in doing so, we must make sure that everyone is treated fairly.
But I also am very excited for Hoyo games because there are 4 Hoyo games coming. Elden Ring game, Versapura, Petit Planet, Honkai Nexus Anima. They are cooking. Hoyoverse is cooking. I had 2 migrants today, so I'm destroyed. I need positive vibes, so I will play Nikki. Have fun playing Nikki! Have fun playing Infinity Nikki, and I'm so sorry that migrants were there. I hope they get away soon. Yeah, everyone has different tastes. I like that. Thank you for getting your daily chocolate. I hope you do like to enjoy the cookies and cream chocolate. And I think if everyone played the same, it would be a bit boring.
As our Fatui comrades said, they are only responsible for delivering the goods. They need to keep accurate records, and they do not
I have my
any
daily check-in too. I hope you will
the
check it
rates
out as
or
well.
quotas.
I hope I can. I'll make sure to be there when you are live. Wishing you all the best. You as well. You as well, Zetsi. And but now work is so overwhelming a bit, but I try my best. I'll definitely check it out. Thank you so much for stopping by and have lots of fun playing Infinity Nikki. Hope Infinity Nikki can bring up your mood and lower the migraine.
That's right. Our duty is to do things by the book.
Polonsky. Burtsev.
Tell you what. Listen. I know how anxious and upset everyone is. As a matter of fact, I was just discussing it with the mayor. What we can do is open the lower combustion chamber of the Kresnik's torch to the public. You can come to me directly to register. I can't guarantee there'll be ample energy for household use. But we can at least make sure you'll be able to boil water and cook food each day. Let's hang in.
Okay, let's make it work.
I don't see any alternative.
So, this Project Snezhnaya in action, huh? Oh, no
it seems like there's nothing we can do. So where do we go from here?
Barely getting by.
So where do we go from here?
You were looking for an inn, right?
Yeah.
For your, Fae friend?
She's not a Fae. I don't know what she is, but she's not a Fae.
Oh, Paimon's not a Fae. Just Paimon. She must have caught a cold or something.
Because her face have pointy ears.
And we're still getting used to the climate.
I have a small place in Stretomoros. I don't stay there very often, so it's pretty basic.
Stretomorosk. Happy sea? Happy ocean? I don't know. My Slavic is not so good.
But if you're not picky, you're welcome to rest there for now. It's not much, but I've got blankets and a warm fire.
Perfectly fine for me.
Are you sure? Oh, that's really kind of you.
Thank you so much. This is an enormous help.
All right then. This way.
This way. Okay, Toki, we go. Oh, we got him!
Alosha. I'm a hunter. Though, if you've talked to any highwaymen, you might have heard a different side to my story. But anyway, let's keep that between us for now.
Okay, Toki. We got him! We could get him. I like it when Genshin gives us free characters. Like every region, one free character. Oh my god. Where do we have to go? This way. Okay, dokie. Let us go. Let it go. Let it go. Do 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 do. Let it go. That's perfect. Let it go because snowy. Get away and landed. I don't care what they're going to say. We're here. Alyosha, let us in.
Oh, so cozy and warm. Paimon's getting nice and toasty. Oh, wait.
She's so cute.
Introduced herself so far, didn't she?
This is Paimos.
Is Paimon's best friend,
the Traveler.
Good to meet you. I'm Alosha.
I'm Alosha. Aloshan? Aloshan. But the way I would pronounce that is Alyosha. Oh, wait, what? Can you say that again?
Good to meet you. I'm Alosha.
Alosha? Alyosha.
Most travelers find the Snezhnayan climate to be a shock to the system at first.
Yep.
But as long as you keep yourself warm, you should be fine. Still, you should keep an eye on your condition. When people are too quick to dismiss a cold, they can easily end up turning into something more serious.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? What did you do? How was Genshin? Are you by any chance also playing the new update? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm Choco, local chocolate bunny that likes chocolate variety games. And also, I play variety games. I also like to sing. Yes. Oh, nice. I just started. I hope you enjoy the game. Yes, we also compared VTubers and furries. Different VTubers, and I hope you liked all, design-wise. I hope you you compared VTuber designs and furry designs. The two communities. Yep. Wait, are you Swiss? Yep, I am Swiss. Schweizerdeutsch. Schweizerdeutsch. Schweizer. I love chocolate. Oh, chocolate is amazing. Here, I love all kinds of chocolate. You get one. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not sure if Twitch is gonna show, because Twitch is a bit weird with follows at the moment. It's broken. But thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate it. Danke. Merci. Thank you. And if you have to read and run, I totally understand, because streaming can be very exhausting. So I understand if you have to rest a bit. Please do your after stream care. And we are lurker friendly here. If you wish to lurk, then no worries at all. We are lurker friendly, LGBTQ friendly. The rule that I have is just be nice to everyone. Treat everyone the way you want to be treated. And yeah, you can redeem one daily chocolate for 1 point. It's just random chocolate bunny. German Catboy here. Nice to meet you. German Catboy Fisky. I hope what should I call you? Is it Catboy? Or the full name? Or is it Fisky, your name? Thank you so much. I hope you had lots of fun exploring the new region, exploring the new Archon quest, and also had fun comparing VTubers and furries. Furries as well. I think they have also furries in Genshin now for enemy. But thank you so much. I have just entered Snezhnaya, and we have just met Alyosha. He says his name is Alosha, but I think it's Alyosha, because I do like my Slavic languages. Snezhnaya, Alyosha, Vodyanica. I'm really excited to meet Vodyanica. She's so pretty. You get one. I'm not sure if the I am so sorry, but thank you very much. Let me just check something, because the Twitch is at the moment a bit weird, so I just want to check something. Thank you, Chip. I'm Chippy Choco now. Small Choco. I'm no more big. I'm small. Thank you, Jack, for making me small. Thank you. Let me just check something, because Twitch is being a bit weird at the moment. Thank you, Catboy Fisky, for the follow. Thank you. That's what I mean. Twitch is not getting the alerts through, and I'm just a bit confused. I hope they fix it soon, because I do want to thank people in the moment. And Bitzeliosha. Danke. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. Welcome, both of you, to the Fluffle. And shout out has been auto shouted. Perfect. I'm back. W raid. Yeah. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for the raid. Again, trust me with your community. Let's do more. And welcome back, Bishop. By the way, Bishop, this name, you would also pronounce Alyosha, right? Because he says Alosha. And I'm like, Alosha I would say Alyosha. 1 for Alyosha, 2 for Alosha. I won.
Don't say that. Paimon's too young for chronic health issues.
Paimon, sorry, but she's so adorable. I don't know. She's so adorable. Like I worry so much for her now, and I'm just like, I wanna hug her, put her in a blanket burrito, and be like, my baby girl, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine, okay? I lean more in favor of 1. Exactly. I'm happy you feel the same. It's more. Is there a doctor in Sretomorsk? I know he pronounced it differently, but I will say that Sretomorsk. Happy Ocean?
They aren't in town right now, and they won't be back anytime soon. The train station has been closed ever since these power shortages began. I do a lot of hunting, so I spend most of my time exposed to the elements. But even the animals wouldn't survive long in a storm like this, let alone a hunter.
I could come with you, no help you.
Town until the weather improves.
Is there any possibility of getting the train station running again?
I get that you're in a hurry, but even if the station were open, that doesn't mean there'd be any trains. We could end up stuck here for a long time, I'm afraid.
Actually, I have my own train. Yeah, I can just call my own train. Exactly. I have my own train. What?
Your own train? Wait, hold on. That train? The one that suddenly fell out of the sky and crash landed on the ice?
Yep. A small train.
Oh, we got lucky and found it in a cave. Oh, then our luck ran out and we had a little accident.
She sounds so sick. I'm gonna help you. This is just Honkai Star Rail collab with Genshin Impact because suddenly we have trains. I've never seen trains in Genshin. Now, I'd really like to get to Snezhnograd and find the doctor.
Pretty crazy for a random find in the mountains. Well, as long as your train's good to roll, you might get to Snezhnograd after all.
It crashed into ice. Is it still safe?
I've been doing some digging recently. Turns out the real reason for the current energy crisis in Stratomoros is that some of the supply is being seized for a private stockpile.
Who does that?
But to expose what's going on, I need to catch them in the act. So, I'm heading off to catch a rabbit.
Corruption.
Wait, a rabbit stole the crystal?
Yep. I stole it. Nope, I did not steal. But, Paimon, I think you're delirious.
It's a figure of speech.
Yeah.
Real rabbits couldn't pull this off. They prefer carrots to Kresny Crystal.
It's another word. Anyway. It's another word for a suspect, you know, Paimon. Do you have a suspect in mind?
Shishkin. Mr. Positive Attitude, let's all get along now, shall we?
He did seem kinda sus.
Really? Paimon never would have guessed.
Honestly, he is a bit sus because he's trying to make like stay neutral so that no one gets behind it, I guess. I'll come with you. Let's go, Alyosha. I go with you.
You're
yes,
coming
of course.
With?
Yes, of course. I'm helping you, Alyosha. I'm a bit shocked that your voice is so deep. Solving the energy crisis will help get the station running again. Then we can go to Snezhnograd. Snezhnograd. Probably digging too deep in Alyosha pronunciation. Czech pronunciation would pronounce the Y, but looking at the Russians would pronounce it, the Y is mostly silent. I don't know. because I know they have Russians have a lot of Y's that they pronounce. Like you have Rosia, you have Ya, you have Yabloko, 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 apple, Yabloko, Yabloko, yeah. But I don't know about yo. I will have to put your name into a Russian translator and then have the Russian Google translate it. An ad break, and in 1 minute an ad break will be starting. I think then I'll just stop. Then we can go to solving the energy crisis will help get the station running. Then we can go to Snezhnograd. Like even A is ye.
Okay then.
Paimon, you're not getting anywhere. Paimon, bold of you to assume that you're coming with me. You are staying. You stay here and rest, Paimon.
Alright. Guess there's no point
pushing
myself.
Paimon
will stay here and hold the fort then. Be careful, you two.
You'd be careful as well, Paimon, and rest well. You're not coming with us because you have to rest, and we don't want to get you to get sick further because it's cold outside.
Oh yeah, there's one more introduction to do. Tugarin, get in here.
Tugarin, get in here. Husky, hello. Oh, ducky. Yeah, it's a doggy. Oh, the ads have started. We can stop. I'm gonna not play more because you never know who wants to experience the story as well, or because there's also people who don't play Genshin, have no intention of playing Genshin. They maybe want to know the story. I will take a break and I will take this opportunity to go to Google and see how. Let's see how Russians would pronounce Alyosha. Google Translate. Google Translate Alyosha. 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 There's a lot of options. This one? Alyosha. 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 We have the pronunciation. Alyosha. But Cyrillic has a lot of different signs, so I just took the first one that came up, which I don't even know if Alyosha. Which one? What is this? Alyosha is still Alyosha. No. Alyosha. Alyosha. It's Alyosha. 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 Oh, Toko is so cute. The Toko is very adorable. Let me also just hydrate. There's a word that I wanna look forward to see if they actually named the Fatui Harbingers fort that. Because if they did, then I'm gonna laugh so hard because oh my god. Why did they name it that? Because it's a stupid name. But I'm looking forward. I wanna see if they actually named it like that. GP Gaming is working. Yep, I'm here. The ad break has finished. Thank you everyone for sticking through the ads. We have of course now paused the gameplay because I don't know who wants to experience the story as well. And we went to Google Translate to translate Russian to English Alyosha's name, and his name is pronounced Alyosha. Alyosha. So it is with a Y. Paimon. Is that doggo gonna stay with Paimon to take care of her? Ruff, 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 ruff. Bark, bark, bark.
Angry doggy. Oh, Tugarin doesn't like being petted then.
No, maybe he's just vocal, you know? Maybe he likes it.
He likes to think he's above that kind of thing. He's my hunting partner, so he'll be joining us when we head out.
He's actually smart and like a human.
Carrots aside, we'll need to stay completely undetected. We can't risk spooking
No stealth mission.
But there's no telling which burrow he'll scurry back into.
No stealth mission, please.
First,
no stealth mission.
We need to find a way into the train station and see if we can find any real freight data. Shishkin's figures can't be trusted.
Oh,
then,
okay.
we get Tugarin to catch a scent and find out which way the crystal went.
Oh, crystal. Crystal means
what
crystal. What are you eating?
Oh,
a carrot.
When you're all out of carrots, try jerky.
Oh, whose jerky is it? Did Paimon give jerky to the doggo so that they are friends?
Good doggy. Good doggy.
Good doggy. Take care of your hand.
A fellow dog lover, huh?
Dogs are amazing. I had a dog, a golden retriever. He was so kind. He was such a kind doggo. He's rarely barked. Huskies tend to have their own head and sometimes have a nasty temper, especially towards people who are not the one human they chose as favorite. Oh, never mind, it takes bribes. It's a bribe. I mean, it takes bribes, and Huskies, I know they are drama queens because I've seen so many TikToks of Huskies just, I don't know, yelling so much. And I just love them. They have such a personality.
Yep. And rabbit lover. Carrots are great too, you know.
Good to know. Eat up, Tugarin. We got a lot of work to do.
Bribes, it takes bribes. Oh, and my golden retriever, he was a cutie. He was so kind. He rarely barked. And sometimes he would sit in front of my mom with the back towards her and be like waiting. And he's waiting, you know, to get petted. Or for my mom to massage him a bit. And if he doesn't get it, he looks back and he's like, when are you gonna start? And then if my mom really doesn't start, he just lies down. But still like, growling a bit, like, pouting, in a pouting way. But sadly, he's no more here because he got old, 12, 13 years, which is quite the age for a golden retriever. Let's go. Gather evidence alongside Alyosha. Okay, let's go. Let's gather evidence. Tugarin. Oh, don't get caught, okay? What is that in the air? Rip, sweet good boy. Yeah, rest in peace. Madoko. Why are we on the pipes? Knowing me, I'm gonna fall down. I'm gonna fall down. Alyosha. Am I gonna fall? Is that a thingy? Whoa, Enki, oh my god! Thank you! Thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the contribution on Throne for the graphic card. Thank you. And thank you for getting your daily chocolate. I hope you do enjoy almond chocolate. Hi, Enki. How are you today? I hope you had a good day today. And thank you, Jack, for the shout out. Thank you for the shout out to Enki Jack. Thank you. I baking and selling funfetti cake. Yum. Walking on a pipe in heels. What could go wrong? I'm gonna break my ankles. It's like that. Oh my god. I'll show you. Oh, I hope I can. I'll see if I can show everyone what I mean. No, thank you, Jack. Of course, thank you. Gotta support all the lovely people. Almond choco is so yummy. I agree. And again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you. I really appreciated it. I really surprised and shocked. Like, oh my god. Let's get that new GPU. Yes. And then the other parts. But then I can get myself. But this one is just the biggest one that I think is too much. But I'm really looking forward to get all the parts, give it to the store, and they assemble it for me. I take it. Somehow I will know how to take it. Woman walk in heels. Struggling. Let me see if I can find something. Yeah, but thank you, Enki, so much. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Oof. This one? Oh, open image in a new tab. Let's see if I can. Media. Is it media? No, browser source. I can put in browser source. Like this. I'm gonna be like this. You don't see it, but Senpai, thank you for clicking. Don't click a trade fee. I'm gonna be like that. Like that. Thank you for the clicker train, Senpai. What should the clicker train be connected to? Like, honestly, when I hear the clicker train, I just stop talking. I'm like, yes. Thank you, Senpai, for getting your daily chocolate. Strawberry chocolate for you today. And thank you for baking. Good girl on reacting to it. I guess that's clicker train. Just reacting to it. Then I'm clicker train. I was wondering what the click train was. I saw it in my friend's stream, the Vines, and I was like, what is that? Click train? Click train. It's like, no! I'm like, oh my god. Thank you. I am so sorry for everyone that got scared of the jump scare. I'm so sorry. Even me was like, oh my god. Thank you, Senpai, for jump scaring. Thank you. And I'm so sorry for everyone who has earphones. I'm sure you've gotten awake now. And Senpai, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. I hope your evening is going very well. Now we're going back to Snezhnaya. Alyosha, following Alyosha on a pipe. Let's go. Hello? Wait, what are we waiting? No. Nah, I will not accept that. I mean, I do like, I will say thank you for compliments, but I'm just me. Oh wait, this is fine. Let's normalize flat sneakers for girls. Yes. Flat sneakers. I mean, I don't wear high heels a lot, to be honest. Where? There? Okay. I like sneakers. Not sneakers, sneakers. I have just what do you call them? Turnschuhe. Turnschuhe. Well, not big, but cute. Well, now that we have seen her, I can legit say that she is a bit cute. Well, not big, but cute. Thank you, but thank you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that confident, but thank you. I still, makeup helps a lot. Oh, stealth mission. It is a stealth mission. I don't like stealth mission. I'm gonna follow you, Alyosha, okay? Oh, boy. Go, Alyosha. Alyosha.
This way.
Out of it.
We'll enter from the upper floor.
Okay. I have to go there because I'm blah blah. Oh, we're in. We're stealth. I hate stealth. I would just all kill them, but it's not helpful because they're not actually bad. We're just trying to figure out some plot twist. Cease denying, or I will pull up your ward and find a good spot to screenshot it and make a motivation.
Had the chance to doctor the figures.
I'll stop denying. I don't deny. Heavy stealth. I don't like stealth. I like bonk, pew, 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 pew. Bonk, pew, bonk, pew, 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 pew. Oh, and I love flat shoes. I wear flat shoes daily. I don't wear high heels because I don't know. There's no reason. I will not deny anymore. I'll just say thank you. Thank you for that compliment. Lingo Echo. That is not what they said. They did not say that in Japanese. It was... Yes? Heavy stealth. Dropping a crap ton of high explosive too. Explosives. Yeah, that's what my language. Now let's read. There we go. A fright list. Straight from the Fatui. So Shishkin won't have had the chance to doctor the figures.
Looks as new as the day it was printed. I guess no one bothers reading these unless they have ulterior motives.
Yeah, I love that. Shoes to high heels, not my thing. Honestly, I think the high heels are not healthy at all. And flat shoes can also look pretty. Flat shoes can also be looking pretty, especially boots. Good girl. Now continue to agree that you are cute. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. I don't know, I like being humble. I like humble. If they did, there'd be no loophole for him to exploit.
Yeah, this is all we need. Come on, let's get out of here. Then go track down the crystal.
How do we do that? He explained to you already. With the dog. Turgarin.
Turgarin's a keen hunter. And catching rabbits is a specialty.
You are being humble now. Humble is... Just find the middle ground of humble perfect. Thank you for the headband, Bishop. Thank you. I'm just grateful, honored, humble for everything. Humble. Turgarin is a keen hunter and catching rabbit is his specialty. Crystal? Okay, let's go. But, wait. Click to make a disarming gesture. Search for suspicious traces. I'm in dog mode. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. There, maybe this one. Click to search for clue. Sniffer. Time to sniffer. Oh, I see multiple traces. I see multiple traces. Can you hear that? I cannot sniff. I cannot sniff. Sniffer. What do I have to sniffer? Do I have to sniffer everything? Sniffer this? Search for suspicious. Can I run? Nope, I cannot run. Sniffer! Yes, we can hear your sniffer, yes. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Okay. Where do I sniffer though? Search for suspicious. Is it this one? What is in front of you?
Anywhere there's a stove, there'll be the scent of Cristal. That's normal.
That's normal. I see, because they are heating up stuff with that. Yeah, I know. But I want to test out everything, you know? Oh, that must be also a stove. Sniffer?
Anywhere there's a stove, there'll be the scent of Cristal. That's normal.
Oh, okay. Oh, this one with further. Sniffer. Sniffer. I think sniffer should work. Sniffer. Oh, it does. Oh, I didn't have sniffer. I should add sniffer. Sniffer.
But if he picks up the scent of Cristal somewhere and there's no stove around, that's how we know something's up.
That's where it is. Woof, woof, woof. Ruff, 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 ruff. We found the secret stash of Cristal. There we go.
This must be the rabbit's warren. Good job, boy.
Yeah, you're a good boy. Who is a good boy? You are. Tugaring. Yum, 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 yum. Boop, boop, doop, 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 doop. Sorry, I like baby talk.
Sure
baby
enough,
talk to doggo.
There's a tunnel. You stay here and keep watch.
Oh, yip, yip.
I'm gonna take a look inside.
Let's go. With the investigation complete, you and Alyosha secretly notified the Fatui and recover some of the missing crystal. Telling the entrance to the tunnel is right at Shishkin residence. Now it's time to confront them. So, where are you, Shishkin?
Thanks for looking out for us. Things are getting tougher by the day.
Time to arrest you. Das gibt eine Anzeige.
No need to thank me. It's my pleasure. Sure as Her Majesty the Tsaritsa watching over us, every sacrifice will be worthwhile. Let's grit our teeth until the blizzard passes. These days of hardship will be over soon.
Liar. Lying as bastard.
Else, on Shishkin. But for you, the hard times have only just begun.
Time for jail. Jail. We find your secret stash.
Huh? Who are you? What's the matter?
Actually... Yep, everyone, please be witness. Please witness this strategy.
Why, when times are as tough as this, would someone hoard more Kresnik Cristal than they could ever use?
To bribe people? Days of hardship are never over in frozen tundra. Yep, I think you just have to allocate the things very well. If you have a person like this, Shishkin, then it's gonna be even more hard because they're just hoarding something that could be used.
All the crates here are from the most recent shipment, but they weren't brought here for sale. Instead,
stashed away.
They were secretly stashed away. Would you be able to shed any light on the situation, Mr. Shishkin?
Me? Why, I have no idea. But
sure.
Look at how much there is. It's quite a godsend. Now there will be plenty to go around.
Actually, that's all from your tunnel.
This godsend was found in a cellar adjacent to your residence following a tip from Mr. Alosha.
Alosha. What are you gonna say to that,
And
Mr.
this is only
Sishkin?
a fraction of what we found down there. We're still taking a full inventory.
You
the
are
official figures will be
screwed.
finalized shortly.
Screwed.
I've always been grateful for your efforts to mediate between us and the townspeople of Sretomaros. But now, Mr. Shishkin, it appears you were the source of the conflict all along.
Oh, because he took everything. Yeah.
How could you do this to us?
We trusted you to have our backs.
Obolensky.
You've been lying to us this whole time?
Hey.
The jig's up. Time to come clean. Time to come clean.
owe you all an apology.
I'm happy that he's
sorry.
so apologetic.
I'm so very sorry. This isn't who I am. Please believe me, this was a one-time mistake that I will never repeat.
I don't know if I trust that. I trust that you're sorry, but you will probably repeat again if you let
how
it
difficult
slide.
life has been since Project Stuja came into force. Energy is an increasingly scarce resource. People everywhere are getting desperate. But some places have been hit harder than others.
Yeah.
I grew up in Alatir, a small
Alatir?
village with no train station. Deliveries of Kresnik Crystal have ceased there entirely.
I
If nothing is
see.
done, they're all going to freeze to death.
Did you try to get your death crystal to them? To help them? Trusting a hoarder not to hoard anymore? I don't know, Chief. I don't know. I think an actual hoarder, because I know sometimes like extreme hoarders, like the show where they show extreme hoarders, I think it's something just they can't let go, but it's also psychological issue that they can get rid with therapy. But this here, I think he wanted that for his family in Alatir. Alatir.
You know as well as I do how downright impossible it is to buy Crystal these days. The thought of my poor mother and father, with no one to help them.
But that was not the way to go. I feel that, but that's not the way
watched
to
as
go,
energy
okay?
grew scarcer by the week, all the while knowing that their lives were at risk. Then one day, I looked at the Crystal shipment in front of me, and a terrible, selfish thought entered my mind.
You're not the only one struggling, but you don't see the other people do that. But I do hope that the situation goes better, or we as a traveler help them.
Looks like I'm just not cut out to be a criminal. I'm so sorry. Once the Fatui have finished their count, you'll see that the numbers match their waybill.
Yep. Oh.
I have the official Snezhnayan quotas here. Anyone who has already purchased energy, please make your way over here to correct your transactions. I'll make a batch purchase of Crystal worth 3 months' salary for you all to use free of charge.
Oh.
As for
That's really generous.
I'll think of something else.
Why can't you just ask for help or relocate them
You don't
here?
have to go that far.
She has beautiful hair. Oh my god. And pigtails behind her. Oh my god. They look so cute. Plus green hair. Green eyes, I mean. She look cute.
Yeah. Owning up to your mistake is enough for me. You've done plenty of good for the community in the past. I'm not looking for a handout.
That's good. Because, yeah, he apologized. He didn't search for excuses. Because someone who's actually really selfish would have just fished for excuses. Be like, yeah, but not he. He just apologized.
Drop
Straight up
the act.
apologized.
You claim
What?
this was a one-time mistake, but the real reason there's only one shipment's worth of stolen crystal in your basement is that you have an accomplice.
What?
Reporting in, sir. We've conducted a full search of the mayor's house. As expected, we found many crates full of crystal.
I trusted
half of which
you.
were still in their original shipping containers.
I trusted you.
This wasn't your first time at all. You've been colluding with the mayor of Stratomeros for a long time now. The train station's currently out of service, but it does open for a short window every time there's an energy delivery. And every time a train pulls in, you're there on site to take inventory and oversee the workers unloading the cargo. The mayor handpicks said workers. Per his instructions, they transport the crystal by tunnel at night to the mayor's house, and he sells it out of town.
Damn.
But since he can't get the goods out of town by train, he had to arrange an alternative method of transportation. This meant slower sales, which gave me plenty of opportunity to catch him in the act.
Wait,
Oh.
the mayor's involved in this too?
Preposterous. What proof do you have of any of this?
I think we have already the
Basic
proof.
math. I've spent a lot of time lately counting carriages as the snowstorm rages.
Counting carriages?
What?
The energy consumed by a train depends on its total weight. And since energy is a limited resource right now, it's fair to
Flashbang.
assume that every carriage is packed full. So, if we take the energy required for the Kresnik's torch, add the sales figures you provided, then compare that figure to the train's theoretical cargo capacity, guess what? The numbers never match. It's always off by 1 or 2 carriages worth. This time, you set a new record.
Clever.
3 carriages missing.
You mean to tell me that you sat around outside, counting carriages, in this weather?
I'm a hunter. I have 2 options. Hunt
Hunt
or starve.
Or starve. He'd rather hunt.
Well, I've heard enough. The evidence speaks for itself. Take Shishkin and the mayor into custody and escort them
back to Snezhnograd. Snezhnograd. Może.
Cocky little brat, ruining my business. Just
I trusted you. You get your punishment. That I hope that Tsaritsa is gonna punish you severely. Bitch. Oh, just you wait. Can we now go meet them? So, you've been investigating this for a while, huh?
Yeah, something felt off. So I just followed my gut. Math isn't my strong suit, though.
But you still
I'm
go
lucky
to
my
the
dad
math
made
down.
me learn enough to get by, but all this number crunching was a million times harder than the aim and fire work I'm used to.
Yeah, aim and fire is pretty self-explanatory. You aim and you fire. Math is a lot complicated.
Thank you for your
I
assistance.
don't like math.
You're a brave lad. Shishkin was quite the cunning criminal.
Cunning
As
criminal.
I'm sure you can tell. He did all of this right under our noses, and we never suspected a thing.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. He had everyone fooled.
But now he's just a wolf.
Even with
no
that
more
sob story
sheep's
he fed us.
clothing.
He was probably trying to keep the mayor out of it, not just mask his own motives.
Now they both get the punishment. I am happy. I'm happy. Mayor kinda corrupt if you ask me.
Without the compelling case he put together, even I might have fallen for it.
Honestly, I did fall for it. And then Alyosha was like, no. And I was like, oh, I trusted you.
Alosha, was it? Tell me, are you really a hunter?
We can go find some wild animals if you want. I'll fire off a couple of shots, and you'll see whether I'm the real deal.
I didn't mean to cast suspicion on your identity. It's just, well,
Rokot?
I'm sure you've heard of the Rokot.
Rokot.
Recently, they've been recruiting people with your kind of talent.
Oh, the
They hide in plain
Rokot.
sight under false identities, working against Project Stusha, sometimes directly opposing the Tsaritsa herself.
Is it the face?
They aren't a violent organization, and their goal is to improve the lives of the common folk. But still, as a member of the Fatui, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't keep tabs on them.
I get that. You have to do your job, protect the Project Stusha, Tsaritsa, Anastasia. So you have to do something. If you didn't do anything, they'll be like, why didn't you do anything? And you don't know. Can't find any excuse.
First I've heard of this. I don't really keep up with what goes on in the city. All I know is, people who don't mind their own business in the city end up paranoid about everything. As for me, I just couldn't stand Shishkin. I'm from Alatyr myself, and I can tell you, Nobody's lived there in years. Why would an abandoned village need Crystal?
So he lied about that as well. So he lied about everything.
Of course, no one really cares about the fate of that place. I'm guessing today is the first you've heard of it.
I see. It does sound quite tragic. Really. Well, thanks again for your assistance. And your friend here, I will report this incident to Snezhnaya. The Fatui will take over energy distribution until new officials are appointed. We'll also ensure that the train station resumes normal service as soon as possible.
Can I go meet the Fatui now? The
Looks like
Harbingers.
it's my turn to brush up on math now. I never liked it as a kid either.
Same Polonsky. Math was not my... I liked languages more. Thanks from me too, Alyosha.
Don't mention it. Isn't the soldier overseeing the delivery supposed to verify the quantity of the goods? Was he just careless? Or was he being paid off
Maybe paid off as well.
Excuse me. I'll take a share of Kresnik Crystal too. I need to take a detour before we head back. There's someone I have to deliver this crystal to.
Okay, we're gonna go follow Alyosha in this direction. It's not cold. It's not cold here. Paimon. Let's talk to Paimon. Paimon. Hello.
Hang tight for a
moment. Oh no, it's not Paimon.
This old lady, she doesn't really know who's who anymore.
Oh, okay, I'll wait for you. Hi. Oh, we're taking care of Grandma.
Grandson? It's so cold today. You must be freezing.
Really the grandson or dementia?
It's me, Alyosha.
Alyosha.
Alyosha who?
Aloshan.
You know me. I came by earlier today. Cleaned the ashes out of your stove, gave you some warmer bedding, and washed your back.
He's very kind.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Aw, it's okay.
Now, how often do I get to see my grandson? Come on, take a seat and relax while I fix you something to eat.
Are you really the grandson?
It's okay. You just rest. I'm fine.
Oh, you. It's nice to come and visit your old granny once in a while, isn't it? Sretomarost's a good town. All sorts of things to do and people to meet. And the local officials are good to us. Sit down. Come on, take a seat. I still have some fruit left.
You can just
let
10
me
minutes,
get it for you.
Please, don't get up on my account. You need to rest. Where's the fruit?
Right under the basket by the door. Or maybe it was on the bedside cabinet.
Is it dementia? Does he have dementia?
Well, grandson dear, do you like it?
Like what? What is it?
Very much, ma'am. It's delicious.
Oh, the fruit. It's fruit.
I'm
blind.
You don't need to save any more for me next time, all right? Fresh fruit is hard to come by at the moment. You should eat it as soon as you get it.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm fine. But if you like it, come back for some more.
A long chat. Alyosha tidies up. I was reading that.
Some kind soul must have given these to her. But she always saves the nicer things for special occasions.
Genshin really needs to step up work on that because black screen to white sometimes it just goes away too fast and I'm like, what did I read? Can you repeat? I did not read. I did not read in time. How do you know her?
I met her at the market back before her health began declining. She was a lovely old lady.
Not the grandson.
We're from the same hometown. Not many people have heard of Alatir. And if they have, it's usually for all the wrong reasons. There's a gang of highwaymen that came from there. Now that it's an abandoned village, it's rare to find anyone who shares fond memories of our hometown. So after we got talking and realized we were from the same place, we decided to keep in touch by letter.
Aww,
I first
cute.
learned of Stratomoros's energy supply problems from a passing comment in one of her letters. Then, after her health went downhill, the town's been in decline for a while now. But because of her memory problems, she thinks of it as the bustling, prosperous Stratomoros still in its heyday. That said, I kind of appreciate her optimism. Outside. There's not much of it going around in this world of ice and snow.
Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have asked.
It's fine. Everyone grows old. In Snezhnaya, some people believe that in your final moments, you'll sense a familiar presence by your side. You turn to look at them, but their face is blurry. So you focus hard, trying to make out who it is. When you finally see their face, the Grim Reaper reaches out and takes your life.
Oh, that turned dark. So when you can finally see who it is, the Grim Reaper reaches out and takes your life.
She still calls me grandson,
went dark.
Though. So at least I'm not a blurry face in her world just yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Come on, let's get back and see how Paimon's doing.
Yes, let's check on Paimon. Let's check on Paimon name. Paimon, are you good? Let's go. Yee, luckily. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack, for the hydrate and for the stretch. Let me stretch. Yeah, stretching does so good. Oh my god. You're working tomorrow? Yes. I have to work. I wake up 6. My work starts 6:30. So I have to not be up too late because I have to wake up at 4:30, which is kinda in 5 hours. 5 hours 30 minutes. But I do wanna meet Paimon. Oh my god, go eep! I wanna become more Genshin, more Paimon.
Paimon,
I got
we're
this.
Back. Are you feeling any better?
I am gonna. I think once the ad break has finished in 30 minutes, I will go eep. But now I still want to see what Paimon has to say.
Yep, Paimon's not cool
anymore.
But she's still a little dizzy. Flying probably isn't a good idea right now.
I can piggyback right.
But Paimon's sure she'll be fine. It's probably just from getting hit on the head by that pile of snow when we first arrived.
But that was not. But that was not heavy snow, or there was no stones inside the snow. It was just snow. You would not get hit, migraine or dizzy from that. I think, Paimon, you just overdone yourself and you got a cold, okay? I know everything for the Pinky, but the Pinky won't like if other Pinky tired. I don't like if other Pinky tired. Or other Pinky don't like if other Pinky tired, but Pinky not good role model. Headpad, thank you Techno for the headpad, thank you. I appreciate it.
Her complexion's looking much better.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on her.
I think we should see a doctor when we get the chance.
But enough about that. How did everything go on your end? Are you all set? Did you have any trouble?
What are you baking and selling? Baking. Vanilla, yes.
I'll explain. It's a bit of a long
story. We explained it to her. That's what happened. Whoa, Paimon, you said you're not gonna fly.
Jeez, you guys got pretty busy. Sounds like the liaison officer and the mayor were running quite an operation.
Good riddance to both of them.
It's a good thing you managed to catch them.
Yep, I'm happy.
So, you said the train station will open again soon, right? And everyone has enough crystal now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, enough to survive, at least. Project Snezhnaya isn't going away anytime soon. People will still have to scrimp and save to make ends meet.
What exactly is the Tsaritsa trying to achieve?
The goal of Project Snezhnaya is to gather energy for the Tsaritsa, but no one knows where that energy's going.
Maybe she wanted to destroy Celestia.
The thing is,
what they did
we were
to
told
her.
that the project would only last for 6 months, but time and time again, they keep extending it.
So how long it's been running?
Extending it? Does that mean the Tsaritsa's plan isn't going very smoothly?
That's what everyone
Probably
suspects.
not.
In principle, any proposed extension needs to pass by majority vote in the Snezhnaya Veche.
Veche.
But even though opposition has been growing, any detractors end up caving into political pressure from the rooster, Pulcinella.
I guess he's very good at talking. Would expect Alyosha's voice to be cuter though. He does look kind of boyish. Like he'd have more of a cuter voice, but I like the surprise that his voice is actually kind of deep. I am very pleasantly surprised. And also it breaks the norm, be like, oh, cute character, cute voice. I want imagine a cute chibi character, but they have a deep voice.
He's the chair of the Snezhnaya Veche and a key figure in the voting process. He has the backing of many powerful and influential people.
Sounds like par for the course for the Fatui.
How come the Fatui are picking on ordinary people even here in Snezhnaya?
I don't know.
I don't see it like that. Fundamentally, the Fatui will always think and act in the Tsaritsa's but that doesn't mean they don't care about the plight of the common folk. The only reason Sir Tomoro still receives crystal shipments is because of a relief proposal put forward by the rooster himself. Then there's the Fatui soldiers providing support in every corner of the nation. Even the Northland Bank provided some more for disaster relief, and they're as conservative and indifferent as they come.
Hi, Ennis Legend. I hope you have a very good day today. Thank you for stopping by. I'm pleasantly surprised at how cute your model is. Also, hello. Hi. Thank you very much for the compliment. Thank you. Mama Kamimi cooked with this one, and Mafi cooked with the rigging. Thank you so much for the kind feedback. Thank you. Thank you, Jack, for the shout out. Predecessor. I never played that. Predecessor. I hope that's a good game. But thank you so much for stopping by. Do you play Genshin by any chance? I hope I didn't already ask that and now I'm like, oh my god. Because my brain is not so good. So sometimes I'm like, did they say they play Genshin? Because I do.
It's just
love
that the
Genshin.
Rich and powerful in their fancy palaces live in a completely different world from us. There's always going to be some conflict when those worlds collide.
The Rokot? What's a Rokot?
Yeah, well, even though we all believe in Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, there are still many differences of opinion on how best to tackle the big issues of the day. Regular folk don't have an easy way of getting their voices heard in Snezhnaya, while the rich and powerful are either unwilling or afraid to speak out for all sorts of complicated reasons.
But what are the Rokot? Are they Fae? I have not in a while, and thank you so much for the shout out. You did not have to do that. No worries. I love supporting people. Because sometimes you never know, because there's also people who have hiatus and then they come back. So for there being a bit of support and love and support, I love supporting people. That is, I'm sorry, my English is it's not the yellow from the egg, but I try my best. But I do thank you so much for being here. I want to go to Snezhnaya.
The Rokot provides the disaffected with false identities and an outlet to vent their frustrations.
Oh, is it like a paper, like a news? Like a social media? Is that social media? Where they just anonymously hate. No, your English is perfect, and thank you for having me. Oh, thank you. I always try my best. And thank you for being here. No, the emphasis is thank you for being here. I hope you have a good day. Everyone had a good day today, or if you had dinner, I hope you had dinner. I hope you had lunch. I hope you had breakfast. And if yes, please do share what you had. I had rice with mayonnaise and fish. It was very delicious.
Of course, an organization like that exists in a gray area. The moment the Vece think they've crossed a line, there's sure to be a crackdown. But so far, they've been doing their best to help the common folk.
They sound a lot like you.
Like us, don't you mean? You didn't hesitate to join in. You're not new to this. I can tell.
I'm having pork loin, loaded potatoes and corn. That sounds so delicious. Yummy. Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Lingo? Yep. Enjoy your meal. Bon up. Good up. Oh, Lingo. That is not what they meant. They meant bon appetit. Enjoy your meal. And it's legend. By the way, Knight is legend. Is your name Knight is legend or Knight?
That's because we're adventurers. It's our job to help people out with commissions and get to the bottom of things.
It's less about the money.
Sounds like we're going to get along. So, what's your business in Snezhnaya? Aside from taking your friend to see a doctor, of course.
I want to meet the Tsaritsa. It's complicated.
Yep. Because
I've
I don't know why
had run-ins
she's
with many of the harbingers along the
searching all
way,
the
and
no-sees.
I really need to know what the Tsaritsa is up to. Her ultimate goal, what the no-sees mean in all of this. Since I've made it this far in my journey, I have to find the truth. Whatever it takes.
Wait, so... No way. Are you...
Hey!
Who I think you are?
They know who I am? Oh my god. Well, if you think that I'm the traveler to Swiss Choco, then yes. Feel free to call me Legend or Nate. All I ask is please don't call me late for dinner. No, that's a bit, I don't know. That would be a bit cringy. But I'll call you Legend. I think Legend is easier. Legend. But thank you so much for being here and for stopping by. I hope the dinner is absolutely going well and deliciously.
Sounds like you've heard of us then.
You know us.
We're getting more famous by the day.
Of course I know it won't be easy. He knows who we are.
I didn't realize I was in the company of giants.
Giants? Oh my god, I'm honored. Do you want my autograph?
Honestly, we're all as curious as you are about what the Tsaritsa's planning, and why it has to involve us freezing to death in the snow.
Then let's go check it out.
But getting the same room as her won't be easy. The common folk aren't permitted to meet her at the best of times.
But
And
we're not
right
common
now,
folk.
She's probably not even in Snezhnaya. Word is, she's heading east on a campaign to slay a monster.
The one that's been summoning blizzards?
Yeah. So you've heard of it. A wild, unpredictable monster with the power to summon snowstorms.
I heard about it
also
from
absorbs
Piero.
everything around it into its body, so it's growing constantly. Now it's so big that the Tsaritsa has deemed it the number one threat.
I did clock that it was a joke. Like rhyming. Nate late for dinner. I did get it. I did understand. I do like, I don't know, is it kind of like a dad joke? Because I do like my dad jokes. Dad joke? Oh, that's totally. Because I know Seripot had dad joke. What's the difference between a guitar and a fish? You can't tune a guitar, but you can tune a fish. I like that one. It's funny. What's the difference between a guitar and a fish? You can tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish. Tune.
Luckily, as it grew, it became increasingly less mobile. So it doesn't pose an immediate threat to this town or to Snezhnaya.
So dad jokes are my kind of jokes. Or like when they're like, what do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick.
I'm sure that Tsaritsa and her personal guard, the Druzhna, won't have any trouble defeating the creature between them.
I like Druzhna.
It's just a question of how long it'll take.
Papa.
Suffice to say, you won't be seeing her anytime soon. You'll have to wait until she gets back.
That's fine. Getting Paimon treated is more urgent right now. If it comes to it, I'll just have to go to her. Both.
Fair. Well, the Fatui will be taking over management of the train station for the time being. Things should be up and running by tomorrow.
Tomorrow we can go to Snezhnaya.
Once it's open, we can see about getting your train towed to the station.
Okay. We got it.
Take a lot of manpower. Are you sure we can talk them into it?
I don't know.
The Fatui aren't exactly spotless in this whole mess. Plus, we helped them out. Should be easy enough to negotiate.
I think yes. Because we helped them find their crystal. I'm more concerned about what paperwork I need to drive the train.
As far as I know,
a license.
All the paperwork is dealt with upon manufacture. I've never seen anyone check it, so I wouldn't worry. Having a train makes everything much easier. We'll reach Snezhnaya in no time. I need to head there myself anyway. Got some game to trade for Mora.
You're a gamer? Oh my god. What kind of... He's a hunter, so probably Hunt Showdown. Elden Ring.
I know a good doctor in the city. I'll introduce you when we get there.
Just not, you know who.
Oh, thanks so much.
In particular,
let's
so
get
probably
a good
not
night's
possible.
sleep ahead of our big trip tomorrow.
Yes, let's sleep. Eep, eep, eep. Cat pig. What? Oh, I can't see the pig. What kind of pig is it? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I'm so cute. Let me just check something. Can I get some Primal Gems? Some Primal Gems, please? Cat pics for the win. Yes! But the photo one was really cute. Such a cute kitty. Dodoko, where are you? I don't actually want to do that. Nothing to claim. Achievement. Successfully land on the moon. Like America. Oh, even more. Where is it though? Oh my god, so many achievements. Where is it? Oh, I see it. It's here. Obtain the power of cryo. Yep, first thing that we did was let's get the cryo.
Explosion
inside city walls. Ground up beat thy wall. Explosions can hurt people. Seeing can be dreadful. Monster be bombed. Clippy doomed.
Grounded be
thy wall.
Explosions can
hurt people. Seeing can be dreadful.
Monster
be bombed. Clippy doomed.
Those are the survival
rules that the Knights of Avonius gave me. I like that one. I will quote that daily. Daily. Malsapipa, Clippy Toon. Those are the survivor rules the Knights of Avonius gave me. Up. I was pressing circle because I thought that's like in Elden Ring to run, but no, it's R1. R1. Let's go. Hello. After explaining the situation to the Fatui soldiers, they readily... What? That was way too fast.
Drive carefully, alright? You don't want to end up in this situation again.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think I've seen a train like this before. Is it a new model or something?
Yes, I guess so.
Not a fan of small talk, are you? Anyway.
Nope.
Take this. It's an up-to-date map of the Snezhnayan rail network. All the track switching is automated. So, as long as the train's moving, you don't need to worry about collisions or anything.
Nice.
We'll leave you to examine the train's conditions yourselves. Fingers crossed nothing's broken. I doubt Sir Tomoros has any engineers with experience working on this model.
Shouldn't be a problem. Thanks for everything.
Of course. And what is the Choco Unit E button? I think after the ad have finished, I will take a break and go to
Have a safe journey. And make sure to check everything's working before you set off.
Let's go. Drive the train using the Eye of Grey. Why am I getting clowned? Ad have started. Why am I getting clowned? What did I do? What did I do? Thank you, Techno, for clowning me.
These bombs, so heavy.
So heavy. These bombs, so heavy. Up. That was not what I was supposed to be doing. Where do I have to go? Definitely not here. We glitched into it. Wait, let me see if I can enter. Ah, yep. Activate navigation F05. Yes. Svetomorsk. Rankova Zoria. Snezhnograd. Morespok. Wait. There are so many great cities. Svetlo Ledovka. Svetlo Ledovka. Snezhnograd. Moreposek. Is this the beast? This looks like the beast. And Rankova Zoria. I don't know what that is, but okie dokie. I can go here. I'll go here. Yep, I could. But let's go to Snezhnograd. Travel to target station. We can drive with trains. Oh my god. How can I see? Can I see how it looks like?
Looks like our destination settings have been applied. Let's give this thing a final once-over and then head out.
Goggles.
Your time to shine.
Paimon has a cute name for Grey. Goggles. Over to you.
Affirmative. Running vehicle diagnostics.
What's this?
It's an AI. Think of it as kind of autopilot system.
Engine, green. Wheels, green. Frame, minor damage. But no impact on function.
Nice.
Diagnostics complete. All systems nominal.
All systems normal. Good. Now thank you everyone for sticking through the ads. We are in the train now going to Snezhnograd.
Neat.
We haven't started yet, I think, because Grey is checking everything.
Lying around in a random cave.
Yeah, I definitely lucked out there.
I've lived in Snezhnaya my whole life, and I've never heard of an interactive talking train autopilot.
Well, you didn't look in the right places, maybe?
Strictly speaking, I wasn't designed purely to drive trains. Though I doubt you have any interest in navigating the practically unreadable operator's manual yourself.
If it's unreadable, no thank you.
Should you require any further assistance, please call for the Eye of Grey.
Thank you. Away we go!
Nope. Paimon's gonna find a warmer seat.
Me, you can sit on my lap, Paimon. I wonder how fast it's gonna go.
Huh? What's going on?
Oh. Oh? What the? What is that?
Oh no.
What the? Oh no. What is that? It's evil slime. What is evil slime doing there? It's like reincarnated into slime.
What is this place? Traveler, are you okay?
Where are we? I'm alright. You okay, Paimon?
Paimon's still airborne. But it feels
Oh my god, why?
through thick, gloopy water. That's horrible.
Just
Why are we in gloopy water?
Of all the things that could have gone wrong.
Halosha, you're Snezhnayan, right?
Yeah.
Any idea
What is this?
What the heck this place is?
Gloop, gloop. Gloop, gloop, glorp, glorp, glorp.
It's called the Shadow Realm. A place where no wind blows, no light shines,
light shines,
and no elemental
no-
energy flows. Even time itself doesn't exist here. It's a world where everything seems to come to a standstill.
Shadow Realm. Hey yo. Hey, why hey yo? Why hey yo? Shadow Realm.
I've only seen it a few times before, and this is my first time inside. It's a dangerous place. Most people who get sucked into the Shadow Realm are never seen again.
Well, we're doing it now. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! What was them noises? I have no idea. I might have just said random no gibberish, or maybe you mean from the game. I just random gibberish. We're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Time to duel.
And the few who do make it back, they're never quite the same.
Huh? Then what the heck do we do now? Oh, maybe Goggles knows something.
Goggles? I don't see it anywhere. Those who lose go to the Shadow Realm. Ah, Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what you mean. That's what you mean. Well, I hope they don't go to this Shadow Realm, because I think this one crazy. Why are you sussed out, Techno? I make weird noises all the day, all time, all confirmed weird noises. Every day. Every day, you know? I don't see it anywhere. Goggles is gone.
Now we're done for.
Goggles is in the real world. You have activated my trap card. You have activated my trap card. Reflect. So whatever you reflect to me, I reflect back to you. The Choco Realm sounds nice. So unlimited chocolate, unlimited milk for the chocolate. Perfect. Great, now we're done for.
Hold it together. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I heard a story once about the world of shadows. If it's true, there's a way to escape. We just need to find the exit. Come on.
The exit, okay. Let's explore. Let's go.
Look at these Fatui. It's like they've lost their minds.
Their shadows have been devoured. They're no longer amongst the living.
They're dead. Oh, I thought that was someone else. Do I have to kill you?
Go now! Advance! You've got nerve.
I can't channel elemental energy here, but I have a few gadgets that still work.
Electricity. Open the carriage door. Yes, open it. Oh my god, this place. Oh my god, you know. You know, from Elden Ring, Noxtella, Nocron, I did not enjoy it. I do not enjoy this. I do not enjoy this. Oh my god. Continue, please.
What's that blue thing?
Is that goggles? That's
Guess
goggles.
we better find a way over.
Yep. We got this though. I guess here? We have to fight you. Yep.
This is the last one.
What do we do
Nice.
Play it by ear.
Play it by ear. Go. Up here. Goggles. Hi, Goggles. How are you? Can you see us? Goggles.
I am glad to see the three of you safe and sound.
Do you know what
For
happened?
now, at least. But things aren't looking too good.
Correct. We are now inside what is known as the Shadow Realm, the darkest space in the shell, where even the most high is loath to cast its gaze. Time and space hold no meaning here. It intersects with the world of the light realm only rarely, like an air bubble that rises to the water's surface. We must leave this place before it sinks back down into the depths once more.
Sounds like you have a
Happy
plan.
talking. Let's just go.
Yes. In fact, the very purpose of my creation was likely to... It appears that key data is currently inaccessible. But now is not the time to resolve that problem. I have marked the exit to the Shadow Realm for your convenience. In addition, I have prepared some equipment to aid you as you traverse the Shadow Realm, traveler.
Let me just reread that. The one with the equipment.
It may well be one of my core functions. Scan complete. Construction in progress. Activation code? We once peered into the past from the ruins of the shadows. This is what remains of the Golden City, Hyperborea.
Hyperborea? What are we talking about? Again about Hyperborea. We once peered into the past from the ruins of the shadows. This is what remains of the Golden City, Hyperborea. Goggles. Put it back on us. Oh! Is this the key? Shooter! FPS shooter! We can now shoot. Let's go. Fortnite!
Whoa!
Now go. Arm yourselves with weapons of the spirit. Bring down the walls of the
stronghold
and extinguish
the flaming arrows of the wicked.
Is this
a
gun?
A gun? Yes, it's a gun.
In the Shadow Realm,
I have gun.
where humans cannot channel the elements, there once was one who, after much research and many attempts, found this to be the most Let's go. We don't have much time.
We don't have much time. How do I shoot? Oh, I have 45 ammo. How do I shoot though? Sprint, switch to aiming mode, L2. Jump. You were gonna eat. I'm gonna try to get out of this train. Gonna shoot. Jump, cover.
When you encounter small obstacles, you can simply clamber over them.
Okay.
You can slide to navigate through low, narrow tunnels.
How do I slide?
Obstruction ahead. You may be able to use the explosives nearby. Shoot the explosives to detonate them and clear the path.
How? How do I shoot? Oh, I didn't have any ammo. I didn't have any ammo. Let me just try to shoot. Oh, it's R2.
Elemental energy is unavailable in the Shadow Realm. Ammunition is an important resource. You can replenish your ammunition at various supply points.
Okay, dokie.
For long-range targets, try using the scope to line up your shot. Many hostile units approaching.
Oh.
I suggest a new strategy.
Take cover, pick them one by one. Okay. How do I go out of cover?
The advantage is ours. Charge!
Dead. Do I have to jump? Yep. I'm gonna go here and then we jump. Open.
More enemies detected. Try attacking with the newly unlocked Assault.
Assault rifle?
Function.
The advantage is ours. Where's the...
How do I cover? How do I cover?
Reloading.
Shoot them! Whee! Gun. Level up. Give me ammo. Dead. Let's go. Sprint. Freeze mark. A sigil that hovers in midair. Aim and fire at the sigil and you will be able to use the power of the freeze mark to move quickly around the Shadow Realm.
Aim at the freeze mark and pull the trigger to move using the rope.
Ah, nice. Ammo. Chest. I like this game mode. I like shooter. Shooter.
Cover.
Wait.
It's over.
Nice. Anyone here? No. How do I cover? I don't know how I cover.
Gotta recharge.
One shot is all I need. You thought
I cover. I'm not good at shooting. Gotta recharge, I know.
Some supply points can restore a small amount of stamina. Press on.
Press on! Let's get more health. Ammo, I mean. Did we get it?
You should be able to use the prime ice construct left here to cover long distances.
Enter. Wait. I guess like this. Oh. Go. I like like this mode actually.
How do we get over there now?
I recommend using this grappling gun. Such devices were originally used. If you detach the connected hook, the grappling gun will automatically fire a rope to another nearby hook.
Okay.
Ooh.
So we.
And how we do with that? Wait. How? Prime. Okay.
Charge!
I don't understand. Jump. I get it now. We got it. Ammo. What time is it? Go. I like this one. Enter. Go. Go. Wow. Oh, Pokeshop. Pokeball.
Nice.
Pokeshop? I don't know how. Oh my god, is this?
Nice.
I'm not good at aiming. I suck at aiming, oh my god.
Cover me. Where's the... cover me.
Need a reload.
I'm gonna shoot the leg.
Over.
You dead. Oh. I like this new gameplay actually. Shooter. It's different, but I like it.
Sprint at the prime ice launcher to reach high places with ease.
Taking cover.
Change of tactics.
Oh, I like this one. Over. It's over.
Usable munitions detected. Frag crystal.
Can't take much more.
State number 2. Light him up.
Where's the...
Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm almost dead.
Need a refill. Nice.
You sure you wanna do that? Don't go here.
Charge.
You thought I was gonna miss. Where's the...
Bye. I think we got this. Go. And open. Where? I have to go here, right? I am confused a bit. I am confused. Let me just check. What is that? Ah, got a weapon. Frag crystal. Oh.
Try this!
I'm hit! Oh, taking cover!
Demolition time!
Demolition time. Demolition time. No, I don't want to do that anymore. Are you dead? Nope. Who's shooting me? You cannot shoot me from the wall.
Not good. Where's the...
Dead.
Gotta recharge.
Are we good? Did we get it? Did we get it all? I like this game mode. I like the shooter aspect. Please. Oh no.
Shift your center of gravity and slide down.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. We got this. We got this. I guess that we have to go here. Oh.
How much longer is this gonna take?
The exit is right ahead. We are
Right ahead, I see
close
it.
now.
I see it, I see it.
However,
It's like they're trying to keep us trapped here. That platform and the carriages are swarming with undead
Doctor.
fatigue. Just gotta storm through.
Thank you very much for getting your daily chocolate. Hope you like pistachio chocolate. And hope you have a very good day today. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, Jack, for the shout out to Derp Derp. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Switch. Thank you so much for stopping by and sleep very well. I am just about to... If I leave this, I am going to eat.
Nice.
Kachimieshu, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How was your stream? How was your stream? How was let me just check, what did you do? How was Leak? How was Leak? Go eat Swiss. There, Jack, I told her. Hi, Kachimieshu. Tonight we raid. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Choco, local chocolate bunny that likes chocolate sweets. Variety games, and also Genshin Impact, because Genshin, the new update has released. Snezhnaya. It was good, played with the boys in ARAM. Oh, nice. ARAM is, I think, a better. All random, all some. I don't know what ARAM is. ARAM is pretty fun. I all random, all mid lane. I don't know what the letters stand for, I'm so sorry. But I'm happy you had lots of fun playing League. And please make sure to do your after stream care. Eat well, hydrate very well, take care of yourselves. And if you wish to have to raid and run, I totally understand. And we are lurker friendly here. Thank you again for trusting me with your community. Kachimieshu. Mieshu, I hope I'm pronouncing your name. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome in. Thank you so much. We are exploring the shooter mode in Genshin. They have a new mode where it's literally I don't know how to explain it, but it's like shooter, Overwatch, Fortnite. We shooting, grenade launcher. We got grenade launcher. BA fun.
You may find switching to assault mode makes your attacks more effective.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the vlog.
Need a refill.
Oh my god, thank you so much. We got to hear the new alert. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the vlog. Welcome. Thank you. Oh my god. Shoot. Go, dead. Is you dead? Dead? Oh, I got two, only two. Dead. Thought I already was following too much lurkage, I guess. No worries at all. Thank you, thank you. Nice. Oh. I may just shoot them.
Reload.
Good night. Sleep very well. Thank you. Yeah, a follow show up again. Sometimes they show up and then sometimes they don't show up. I'm very confused, but thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Fluffle. Let me just refresh because Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Not sure if I've been here because of Vivi or Mishi, but I'm fairly confident it was one of them. It may be both because I know Mishi and I know Vivi. Or could be both. And yeah, the follow has appeared again. I am happy. But thank you. Oh, boss. Oh, we have a boss fight. Help.
Time to catch my breath.
No.
Try this.
Does it work?
Frag out. Come on, we're almost there.
We got it. Let's go out.
Why is everything shaking so much?
Because it doesn't want us to leave, I guess? Run.
Looks like the Shadow Realm is about to sink back down into the depths.
No.
The exit is...
You mean this weird bubble thing?
No time to
just
think.
Touch
we
it?
Just gotta go for it.
I guess just touch it.
Looks like I was right.
We got it. But thank you so much for lurking. Oh, Katsi, thank you. I really appreciate it. Lurkers are the backbone.
I can't believe the Shadow Realm manifested right on the railroad tracks. It's almost unheard of. Lucky we made it out. All thanks to you and that awesome gun.
While we were in there... Nia! Oh my god! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Nia! Welcome! Thank you so much! Thank you! Hi, Nia! How was the peak collab? How was it? I hope you had lots of fun. And did you peak? Here comes the Squirter Squad. Gets tangled. Hi, Amina. Hi, Nia. Thank you for the lurk. I forgot to copy my own friend message. I feel that. We peaked. Let's go. GG, everyone. Please make sure also to drop Kaji, Mieshu lots of love and support, and also Nia lots of love and support. Amina, everyone here that gets a shout out, please drop them lots of love and support. Thank you so much, Nia, for trusting me. Finf, danke. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you. I low-key got a raid and run my tummy. It's oh no. I hope your tummy feels better soon. And of course, I totally understand raiding and running. I totally understand because after you have to take care of yourself and your tummy. And my soda exploded earlier. How did your soda explode? Did you shake it too much? Hi, Amina. Thank you for the lurk, Amina. I hope you have a very good day today. And thank you so much for being here and for stopping by. I shall lurk. Doko needs a walk. Have fun with Genshin. Thank you very much for the lurk, Kaji. Thank you. And have a fun walk with Doko. I had too much rice crackers, I think. Isn't this rice supposed to be healthy? I'm surprised you get tummy aches from it. Too much rice. I would say put it in rice, but that would be counterproductive. Vertically, I froze it off. I hope it didn't splash everywhere. Ich hoffe, es hat nicht zu viel gespritzt. It went boom and all over. Oh no. And me. I hope you are able to clean it. Because that's too, oh my god, the ceilings can be high. I ate like the whole bag. It did. Oh no. I cry a little. No, I'm so sorry. So sorry to hear that. Hell? Light? Oh, when it's day again. When it's day again. I hope when it's day you see like, oh, it's not that bad. But I'm so sorry to hear that your soda exploded. And you wanted to enjoy soda and now you have no soda. Oh my god. All the best for you, Nia. All the best. I hope the paint, if you have to paint it, is not too expensive. And hope cleaning takes, it's like ruckzuck. Done. Thank you, Jack, for the hug. That's so unpleasant, like unfortunate. And now we have finally experienced the game mode where we shoot. Gun mode. While we were... we shot at people. So you heard of the Hyperborea? Yeah. Why do you know Hyperborea? We know it from Lauma.
Yeah, it came up a whole bunch in Nokrai.
Yeah.
You're a pretty neat surprise in that sense, aren't you, Goggles? We had no idea they left cool gadgets like you behind.
Thanks for saving us again, Eye of Grey. Also, Paimon was sick. She got a cold, and oh my gosh, I felt so bad for her because she was really like sleeping with a blanket on top of her. She looked so adorable.
Make no mistake, it was a team effort. For a first-time firearm user, your performance was quite outstanding, far beyond my expectations.
We have gun.
As Alosha said, it is highly unusual for the Shadow Realm to manifest in a place like this. But we should still watch out.
Let's hope
if anything
else goes wrong with this,
trying trauma for life.
Gonna have train trauma for life.
She's gone. It's like you every time you board a train, it's like, is this gotta go into the Shadow Realm? And we have to use gun.
The Shadow Realm can appear anywhere. Not just on the railroad.
Okay.
If you wish to further calibrate your firearm, you may do so over there. Provided you have the necessary
we can upgrade the firearm.
Please take a moment to catch your breath while I repair the body of the train. Amongst other things.
Oh, thanks, Goggles. You're a trusty
train conductor.
Well, maybe trusty isn't quite the right word, considering. Anyway.
What do you mean?
I'm going to get the job done.
So the gun can be upgraded.
Yes, of course. And just like the Eye of Grey, I am sure it will be a great asset to you in your future adventures.
Let's get some fresh air while the Eye of Grey fixes the train.
Will you be okay, Paimon?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, Paimon.
Paimon wants to forget all about
the Shadow Realm. It was so creepy in there.
Stretching our legs might...
Yeah, let's stretch our legs. But the game mode, this game mode, I like it. Shoot. Is this another town?
It's so quiet here for a train station.
This looks fancy.
Just abandoned houses.
This looks fancy. I see the Oculus. Oculi. Oh, that was surely the city. Main city.
For repair? You've swapped our train out for a whole new model.
My plan was to restore the train to its original appearance per my records as quickly as possible. Now that the repairs are complete,
fancy.
The train offers optimized performance and a significantly improved trendiness level.
Trendiness level, like you mean we are trendy because you have a nice train?
Trendiness was a parameter.
Yeah,
According to my
doesn't matter.
calculations, parameterization is the most effective way for the Eye of Grey to understand its trendiness.
Hyperborea. Huh? I'm sure I've heard of that in a story somewhere. What an incredible little gadget you are.
Snezhnaya Adventure Journal. I wanted to read that. In the Snezhnaya Adventure Journal, you can view your ongoing and available quests in Snezhnaya. This is also where you can collect corresponding rewards after completing Archon quests and realm quests. The experiences section of your Snezhnaya Adventure Journal. Here you can find the meeting points you have discovered while exploring Snezhnaya. Additionally, you can also view in this section any special recruitment projects that can be done this week. The Shadow Realm History section of your Snezhnaya Adventure Journal. Here you can find the Shadow Realm and even more dangerous Shadow Realms you haven't covered while exploring Snezhnaya, and quick travel to any of those realms for a good old cleanup operation. The Snezhnaya Adventure Journal also allows you to look up the temperature of the current area. In low temperature locations, the Eye of Grey will expand Kresnik energy to regulate body temperature. Kresnik energy depletes more quickly in Frigid Zone and Sub-Zero Zone. Kresnik energy will be depleted even more quickly and lead to catastrophic effects. Therefore, do keep an eye on the environmental temperature where you're going. But grappling gun. We got a gun! Yes. Check. Oh, nice. Good to know. Can I get at least 20 Primo Gems? What do I get for that? I don't know if I wanna... first of all... Where is... Oh, there it is. Teleport waypoint. Famous snowball launcher and excellent me. Like. We can like other people's constructs, Arthur. Teleport waypoint. Unlocked. What here can we get? 10. 10. I just need 10 more. Oh, we can get one temple for Odette. This will be the last thing that I do. Before I go eep. Because... Okay, sorry, my mom said something. My mom came in. I'm gonna... She did not say anything that I was streaming so long. She did not say anything. I think she doesn't really care as long as I get... Because it's my life. She don't care. I'm now gonna go. This is the last thing that I will do. But let me first check what's in my email. Nothing. This is the last thing.
I'll get grounded for
a whole day, but it's way worth it because the fish tastes so good. Last thing that we do today is a temple. Hi, Hack. Thank you very much for getting your daily chocolate and peanut butter chocolate for you. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me just hydrate. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Let me just stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Let's... hi, Nola Wright. Nola Wright, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by and for being here. And... how's the new content going for you? I have only done the Archon quest, to be honest, a bit. And I just finished the shooting mode, the game mode. I really like it. I like the game. I just love Pew Pew. And here the Pew Pew is nice. How about you, Nola Wright? How do you enjoy the new content? And hi Kai, welcome in. Thank you very much for stopping by and for getting your coconut chocolate. It's already midnight for you. How was your day? I hope you had a very good day. Thank you, Jack, for all the shoutouts. Thank you. Hi Kai, welcome in. Have you done any pulls before? Nope. I have not done any pulls yet because I had not enough for a temple. And this is the last thing that I will do today. Try to get Odette. Like, look at her. She's such a beautiful person. Oh my god. And I really do like the new content. And I'm really looking forward to go into the capital of Snezhnograd. Snezhnograd, I'm looking forward. Well, I wish you all the luck with all that. I ended up with catching after using all my primers. I'm so sorry, Noah. That's so... Oh, you lost your 50-50. I wish I could... I mean, I'd have no luck. We're gonna see if I am lucky. But I'm so sorry to hear that talk. I sent you all... I sent you luck. I sent you luck. I sent you my luck. I hope you can retry. That has been good. Got to work out, fix my car, work on the balcony. Ah, productive day. I'm so happy to hear. It's been a productive day for you. Hope you've been well. I've been going very well. But for some reason, our internet provider blocked Facebook. Or it was blocked for everyone. No, Red! Thank you very much for the raid. Oh my god. Thank you very much. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. How was Genshin Impact for you, Nola, right? How was Genshin Impact? I hope you had lots of fun. Hi, Flaw of Nature. Welcome in. Hi, Cardia Luna. Welcome. Bot Vecna. Vecna. Welcome. Nola, right? Welcome. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Raiders. It was good.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fluffle.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fluffle. Thank you so much. We reached another goal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, Twitch follow notice isn't bricked anymore. I'm so happy. I am so happy. Because I like to thank people in the moment, and then if I don't even know it, how can I thank them? But I'm so happy. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Fluffle. GG on the goal. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And I'm so happy you had a very good time with Genshin, with Snezhnaya. I'm still at the beginning. But I love it. I am also very much looking forward to meet all the other characters like Odette, Vodyanica, Danica, everyone. I'm so excited to meet them. I know, right? It hasn't been Yeah, no, right, same. I also noticed that when I followed them, they were like, oh, it went up. I don't know who followed them. Like, yeah, I am so sorry, but I am so happy. The Twitch has fixed it, I think. This is fine, happy. Yeah, we're happy. Thank you. Also, if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. And please make sure to take care, hydrate, do your after stream care. And I want to say that we are lurker friendly here. So if you wish to lurk, no worries at all. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me hydrate. And I'm Choco, local chocolate bunny that likes sweets, chocolate, variety games. There are games that I'm very excited for. Kingdom Hearts 4, Persona 5, Fire Emblem. The new game that's coming. I'm very excited. And I was also very excited. For Snezhnaya, it's finally, after 6 long years, it's finally here. And we're gonna do a pull. We're gonna try to pull for Odette with a 10 pull. And maybe try pulling more. Maybe. But I don't wanna wail. Because I know me, I'm not gonna stop. Good luck. Thank you. And thank you again for trusting me with your community. No wail. Thank you, no wail. I'm gonna try to not wail. When did you start playing the game? Let me just check.
Cleo is a brave
girl today. And a really weird looking lizard.
Really weird.
You don't see it. 2nd October 2020. You don't see it behind me. 2nd October 2020. So like, yep. Ah, nice. You're also 2020 player, fellow 2020 player, 2020 player.
Want me to show it to you?
Yeah, same. Same here. We're still around. I still love the game so much. Yes, I started on release day. Nice. So, back in the day, I have never experienced it, but when everything would drop and the venties would use their ult and whirl all the rewards off the platform. I never experienced that, but I saw videos of it and I was just like, oh my god. Oh my god, why would they do that? So for me it's okay because I was mostly just solo. I never played with others, and honestly I never saw what a 5-star artifact looked on the floor until I was in Fontaine. When I saw that random 5-star artifact. But no worries, at least it's not Kave, the glitch Kave. But now. Oh, did you take a long break? Oh, I was just never good. And in the beginning, I was just not good. I'm really not good with like upgrading stuff like that. So I always just got like the 4 stars, but 5 stars I never got because I was not strong enough for the higher domains. But now I am better at it. Now let's try to pull for Odette. Temple. Yes. It's a 4-star. It's okay. And if we get Alyosha, I would be happy. A second Alyosha. Thank you, Hawk, for the 20 stream streak. Thank you. So, ciao Minoru. Hope you have a very good day today and hope you have a very good evening. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you, Hawk, for the 20 stream streak. Thank you, Hawk, for the headpad as well. Lingo Echo is crazy. Lingo Echo is amazing. Amazing. Translating everything. Now, let's see. Please, Alyosha. Activity feed. Alyosha. It's a sword grain slasher. Not even a character. Oh my god. What the hell? I'm not happy. Can I get something else? Nope. I get nothing. Oh my god. Can I get something else here? No, I don't want to try that one.
Clee was a brave girl today. I found a really weird-looking lizard.
Lingo.
Want me to show it to you?
What? Lingo Echo is amazing. Lingo Echo 1.0 Clee main. I mean, I love Clee. Let me just see if I can see her. I have her level 95. I do love Clee, but I need to upgrade her more because the stats are not so good. Let me just check if I can see the stats. Details. Crit damage is like 185. C6. I love Klee. She's C6. Yep, I do love her. But I need to, I think, upgrade her crit rate a bit more. But crit rate is so hard. Glad to have found you out. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm gonna play more Genshin now that Snezhnaya has dropped. But I'll also be playing Elden Ring more. I think Saturday I have Elden Ring. Because I'd still have to continue Elden Ring a bit more with the bosses and stuff like that. Upgrade myself. But yep, Minoru, Lingo Echo.
These bombs
is
so heavy.
Lingo Echo can read Swiss German. If it's an accent that it understands, then yep, it can. Next, I have no next pull, but I will try my best to do it. And yes, I think I meant Sunday. Sunday. 9 p.m. Sunday 9 p.m. I'm really looking forward to playing more Elden Ring. I love Genshin characters. They look so good. And I wanna meet again. Pantalone. Now, is there anything that I should be doing? I think this red dots I will clear another time. Oh my god. Oh, this one's so cute. 10 days. Okay, we'll do this next week. I think on a day off, I should be just grinding Genshin. Now, I have to wake up at 4:30 a.m., which is in 4 hours. But it's okay. I got this. I can do that. It's not the first time that I do this because I have just sleep insomnia. I'm also no more tired. What the fuck? Why so early? I have to go to work. I take a train in the morning and then I stop my work at 6:30. Hold up. What do you mean, Kai? Shoki? What do you mean? I told her to eat 1 hour ago. Yeah, but then I feel bad if I'm like, okay. I feel bad if everyone's coming in. I'm like, oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye. No. Where? I work in a hotel. And the hotel reception opens at 6:30. Let me just move over to just chatting. Thank you everyone for being here. Let me just mute the PS. Thank you, Jack, for changing back. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. And Nola, right? 6 a.m. If you can, please get some rest and some EPs in. I work in Zurich and wake up at 6 a.m. You are lucky. Lucky. 6 a.m. is blessed timing. Especially because you get to work and then you have still lots of time for your day. My girl, please get some good rest. I will get some good rest. I will try my best to sleep because I know I can also be just waltzing around in my bed and be like, sleep is not coming. But yes, glad to have found Andre. Oh, thank you so much. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. And I'm very happy to hear that you like the vibes. Thank you, Techno. Your strawberry cake for Techno. And milk chocolate for Nolarite. I hope you like milk chocolate. Thank you very much for the hydrate. Let me just hydrate. Final drink. Dreaming of chocolate. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be dreaming of Genshin Impact. Oh, is it random? Yep. It's random. It's like many different flavors. Many different. I am always very excited to see what everyone gets in the next time. There's like milk chocolate, dark chocolate, strawberry chocolate, cookies and cream chocolate bunny. Are you going to PopCon? When is it? Because if it's in summer or early fall, then probably not. Maybe no. Chocolate gacha. Yep. I mean, it's on brand. Gachaing for the chocolate. Popcorn. Probably not. Because September, I don't have any, my next vacation is in November. So if I have a day off, maybe I'll go. But if no day off, then I not go. It's all very spontaneously. If I get tickets, I get tickets. If not, I not. There's how it is. That's how life is when you work 100%. Oh my god, I randomizer for it. So clever. I shall take inspiration from you for mine. I'm happy I could inspire you. It's honestly, it's very. I like dailies where you. I know someone else, Java off script. They do dailies for coffee. You get a coffee order daily, so I love it. Ad break. While the ad break is running, let's find a raid person. Raid victim? No. Raid person. Let's see who we can raid into. There's a lot of people. Oh, someone. It is adieu maintenant. Goodbye now. Yeah, that's not French. It's adieu maintenant, which means ade, bye everyone. Bye everyone. Now, did I rate Spreak? Because I always wanted to rate Spreak. Spreak got you. I did. I think I did. I did get the chance. Thank you, Hug, for the headpads. Thank you. We'll stick by with the rate. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now let's see. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you again for the contribution. Thank you so very much. Techno is baking. What are you? Oh, peanut butter. I love peanut butter. What is it? Oh, crepe, but Reese's cups. Reese's cups are so delicious. I fast sometimes. It was nice meeting you. Hope to see more of you next time. It was nice meeting you as well. Thank you so much. Let me just check that I do in fact follow back. Thank you so much. And I hope to catch your stream also. I hope it's not that time where I am asleep though. Of course, you've been so helpful all this time. Thank you so much. But I love supporting, and I don't ask for nothing back. It's just I love helping friends out. Oh, looking forward to seeing you there too then. Yep. I hope to catch the stream one day. Now, let me just see. Let's raid into ad break in progress. Finish soon. Now for the raid message. First one is for subs, and second message is for everyone. We're gonna be raiding into lovely Mochi. Demon Mochi. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. See you everyone on Sunday for Elden Ring. And also, of course, I also have a Discord where you can catch up with me. Twitter. YouTube as well, TikTok, everywhere. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Thank you. We're gonna go right into Demon Mochi. Let me just read this. Thank you so much, Catboy Fisky, Kazimiya Shu, Nola Wright, and Nia. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for trusting me with your communities. I hope your communities had a great time here. And I hope to catch you all on Sunday for Elden Ring. Wait, what? That's so cool. Seribot is amazing. I highly recommend Seribot because with Seribot, you can do so many good stuff. Now, bye-bye, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Now, let's send over our love to Mochi. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone. I'm gonna go now to bed because it's way too early. Bye-bye. Stream Elements is still very good, though. But really, bye-bye. Sleep, everyone sleep very well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.